All right. What are we doing? We can do the Zuck video. I've already seen the Zuck video off stream, and but we're gonna be doing stuff for my New Year's resolution, which I did drop a little information on in the Discord. Let me just get comfortable here. How many guys? Sorry, I don't know what the joke is. All right. I'll show you what the New Year's resolution is. All right, you ready for it? Whoa. 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 What's that? That's right. We're going to be going through as many of my old Nintendo games as possible. Back and you're still gay for shame, man? Listen, dude, I didn't choose this lifestyle. This lifestyle chose me. All right. So we're probably going to start off with GoldenEye. Where the fuck is Discord? There it is. Let's go ahead and open up these 3 pictures here. Move them right here, and I think that I can do this. Reset, transform. All right, so real quick. So these are the games, okay, that I have for the Super Nintendo. I have a short video on my. Oh yeah, definitely post that. So the plan is to play through as many of my old games as possible. So I was thinking the only Super Nintendo game that I've beaten that I own is Link to the Past. I'm thinking Super Metroid and Chrono Trigger from the Super Nintendo. Someone in Wick's chat or his Discord said Breath of Fire. Maybe we'll do Breath of Fire, but I'm probably going to lean towards Super Metroid and Chrono Trigger. We're not doing Shaq Fu. I am vetoing that one. Someone requested that one. That one's being vetoed. Let me see. Is there anything else? I'm not going to do a platformer, probably. The Breath of Fire series is S tier? Okay, then we'll throw that on as like a what do you call it? Not a flex play. You know, he's in the wings. He's ready to jump in if I don't like one of the other games, okay? Where if we can, we'll play some of my NES games. All right, we have Zelda. I think the first 3 Castlevanias, Castlevania 1, Castlevania 2, Castlevania 3. So we got the first 3 Castlevanias. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat. Listen, guys, I'm not a good gamer. Okay? If y'all want me to play any like of the harder games, y'all are going to have to incentivize me somehow. Because NES games are hard. But let me see. Maybe the original Zelda. I haven't beat the original Zelda. I got really close to beating the original Zelda. And it was my first year of college. And some fucking weirdo came over. All right. I was trying to make friends. I said that I had old Nintendo games. He's like, oh, I fucking love Nintendo games. He came over to my house from class. Or to my apartment, student housing, whatever the fuck. And he erased my fucking save file renamed a new save file as cunt, and then proceeded to like repeat verbatim the entire Louis C.K. cunt bit, where he's like, I think that it's just a beautiful word. It's just a beautiful word. Congratulations, America has its first ever officially convicted felon president. Wait, I'm sorry. Gas, have you been in like a coma for the past 3 months? What do you mean? Like, not politically motivated, by the way. What is that? Nair, you're throwing things in here that I don't know what you're fucking saying. Not politically motivated. Who's politically motivated by what? Oh, he's sentenced today. Gotcha. I got you. You're talking about the sentencing. The sentencing. Yeah, I got you now. Not politically motivated. Listen, there's literally nothing that would ever make fucking conservatives. If he got convicted before the election, if he got convicted, or I'm sorry, if he got sentenced before the election, after the election, during like on election day, it doesn't fucking matter. Like it's always going to be political. I'm sorry. One reason. I'm going to be real with you. One reason I am starting on this resolution, and I'm going to be doing it on stream. Right? I was against this specific case. It was a victimless crime. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we should only prosecute crimes that have victims. Is that the way that it is? All speeding should be legal as long as you don't hit anybody. Viewing, child, bad pictures on the internet. As long as they never know about it, how is it harming them? So I guess, I guess we shouldn't, because there is no like direct victim for that one. Like how far does it go down? Like victimless crime? Yeah, campaign finance fraud is basically like jaywalking. But yeah, if I pay something and someone else misfiles it and no money ends up being lost, it shouldn't be prosecuted. I'm pretty sure that is a wildly inaccurate retelling of what happened, but I don't want to get like super deep into it because I don't care, because that's what I wanted to say. Like, I don't care. Every single fucking conservative has a million fucking cope ways to defend every single fucking thing Donald Trump says and does. So I'm just waiting and I'm just chilling and I'm just beating a bunch of Nintendo games for the next, couple of weeks, couple of months. All right. Until, something bad happens and we can start talking about that. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump says that he's going to rape a baby on stage. It doesn't matter if he says he's going to invade our allies for no fucking reason whatsoever at all. Nothing. There's no fucking reason whatsoever for him to say it. They're just going to defend it because it's base as fuck as long as Donald Trump says it. I'm going to double down, triple down, quadruple down on this. I think Donald Trump could personally rape a conservative's baby on television in front of everyone. Like, he could go on Fox and Friends and pull the diaper down and fucking start going to town on the fucking little baby boy, and everyone would make an excuse for it, including the fucking parents. There's literally not a single fucking action that Donald Trump could take that a conservative is going to say, I think that maybe we should rethink this guy, or maybe this guy does have, like literally negative fucking IQ points. Maybe this guy doesn't have the country's best interests in mind. I'm sorry. I'm tired of the fucking conservative fucking pretense of everything Donald Trump says and does is okay, right? Even when he's breaking crimes, it's political persecution to go after him for committing a fucking crime. Fucking cope and seethe. I'm sorry. it pisses me the fuck off, which is why I want to play fucking Nintendo games, okay? So let's go through my Nintendo games, all right? And then we can get mad, okay? We can get mad after this. I mean, he literally told you.
My people are so smart. And you know what else they say about my people? The polls. They say, I have the most loyal people. Did you ever see that? Where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters.
No, I know. Because like Counterpoint Biden is old. Exactly, right? There's infinite excuses for Donald Trump to do whatever the fuck he wants. But like the second a Democrat does anything, it's like automatically evil. It's fucking, I can't fucking deal with it. The smug retardation in Wick's fucking Discord, the fucking smug retardation of everyone in fucking like YouTube chat. Okay. I can't fucking handle it anymore. So I want to play fucking video games. All right. I'm probably not going to play a NES game just because it's going to be really hard to set up. And because my NES is still in Texas. Now here's, can we rotate? No. Copy image. Paint. But did you hear Biden said Trump should be in the bullseye? He should have lit. I can't fucking say things like that. Anyways. Wait, why did it fucking cut it off? All right. So these are like the big ones. Everybody freaks the fuck out over the Nintendo 64, okay? I think what my plan is right now, yeah, I'm just encouraging Biden to secure his legacy. I would never say anything, anything crazy like that. How's it going, Speed Boost? So my plan right now is Pokemon Stadium 1 and Pokemon Stadium 2. Oh, I see why it's not. Okay, 1 second. Let me change this. That's annoying as fuck. I had to open it in Paint so I could rotate it. So Pokemon Stadium 1 and Pokemon Stadium 2, I'm probably going to try and beat those 100%. Which means I also have to beat my Pokemon Yellow and either Silver or Gold. Because you can't, with the rental Pokemon in these, they're dog shit. You can't use them. So, probably going to beat those. I've already beat Ocarina of Time, so that one's off the table. Majora's Mask. Just get the ROMs. I actually listened to a video earlier today about Nintendo 64 emulation and how they haven't perfected emulating either the PlayStation or the Nintendo 64 for emulation. And also, I already own all of these fucking games and a capture card. Okay? This is a capture card. This is not a fucking ROM that I'm playing. Okay? Perfected? Well, there's something about like the refresh rate or something that like it can mess with the gameplay. Because some things are tied to the frame rate and shit like that. Anyways, don't care. So what else? So we got Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2. I'll probably beat Majora's Mask, but is there anything else on here that's like a must beat? I got Turok 1 and 2. I have Banjo-Kazooie. Oh, I've never beaten Banjo-Kazooie. Donkey Kong. Paper Mario is probably going to be one of them, yeah. What I wanted to do, and I realized that this was not an easy thing to do, 007? Well, Remy, do I have some news for you, my guy. I do have Perfect Dark in here. That was weird. Okay. Sorry, the game just started making a weird noise. Yeah, so I think... Okay, so we'll beat... NFL Blitz is sick. You know what? I have been thinking about getting my parents to send me my old Xbox 360, okay? And beating NFL 25 or like playing through a season or two of NFL 25. Because I got fucking good at that game, okay? I got fucking Madden 25, I mean. That shit was fucking sick. That shit was sick. Oh, I was such a fucking bad bitch on that fucking game, dude. No one could fucking touch me, all right? But I could only play as the quarterback, all right? The second the ball left the quarterback's hands, all right, it was just me pushing the thumbstick forward, okay? I was just pushing the thumbstick forward. And if I got tackled, I got tackled, okay? Star Fox 64. See, this is what I was saying. I wanted to get the old CRT back there, and I wanted to put it right here on the desk. And I wanted to play it through that because I'm using one of my computer monitors, right? But it's not as easy as it looks to set that up. It's really not as easy as it looks. I have to get like a HDMI splitter and shit. I've seen the sub level exactly once in my life. Go for the submarine level real Andros ending. I didn't know that there were multiple endings. Of course I've listened to the DK song.
Okay. Here we go.
Performance for you. If you know the words, you can join in too. Put your hands together if you wanna clap. As we take you through this monkey rap.
DK Donkey Kong.
He's the leader of the bunch. You know him well.
Depends on which side of Venom. I think that's the final planet name. It's been a while that you enter on. Is that my fucking game that's making that noise? Uh-oh, the game is crashing. Uh-oh. That's not good. There we go. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to play this and we're just going to chill and play the fucking game. Maybe I'll become a gaming streamer. Okay. Maybe I'll get really good at fucking video games. Maybe I'll become a 007 GoldenEye fucking speedrunner. Who knows? All right. Let me see here. Sources. Hide. He said before playing with it. I know. The controls are bad. I know. Become one of the guys that gets really mad about games being woke? Well, I guess I could do that. That sounds like fun. Why is there a woman in this game? Also, I forgot to tell you guys, there's also going to be a like 3-second delay because I have an ancient... I think I don't think they even make them anymore. The Elgato capture card that I have. So, And we'll start on a new game. And I will find the window that has all of the tabs that I opened up for today. Yeah, why is her chest not bigger? Come on, show me the tits. Show me the tits. Okay. Why won't it let me move this? Oh, I know why. Let me just fix this. Okay, there we go. All set. I can't remember what game it was, but I definitely saw outrage that some ancient statue wasn't fuckable enough. Dude, listen, I think that I think one reason that I never got like as big into gaming as I probably would have is like, man, the people, dude. The people just make it really fucking difficult for me to want to be around them, right? It's the same reason why I could have gotten like way deeper into Warhammer, but dude, it the people, they make me ashamed to admit that I like to play Warhammer. Like, it's really hard to admit that I like to play Warhammer. Like, I guess it's less hard now, but yeah, those people, oof. They said they were trying to sell the idea of transcestors. What does that mean? Well, I don't disagree with that, actually, Acriel. How to make a game 10 out of 10. I think that that's actually like 100% true. If I can't bust a nut to something that I'm seeing in my video game, then not even worth it. Tinflix, I really want you to find me where you saw this this idea of like the transcestors thing. That's fucking great. All right, let's see. We have the Wick panel on Wax Americana. I'm sorry, Pax Americana. I was mixing up Wick with Pax. I opened up Vosh's page for some reason. I don't remember why. We'll put that at the end. No.
The Supreme Court appears ready to uphold a ban on TikTok.
Well, I guess this is just shows itself for us. There are mods to give monsters in Monster Hunter World a massive physics-enabled hog. Well, that's fucking based. It is funny, the same people who talk about wokeness love Baldur's Gate 3, even though you can have a woman with a penis and have a character and make a body and female pronouns. Yeah, well, I mean, like, they like Baldur's Gate 3 because it's Dungeons and Dragons and it's a good game. Like, you can, like, here's the thing. I think that the people who get mad about the wokeness stuff have a point in some, like, niche areas, right? But the problem that they have is that they don't call out the actual problem. It's like when you're actually shoehorning it in, right? When it's really, really on the nose, like we're virtue signaling right now, that's a problem. And that's a problem that I have a problem with. Or that's a problem, that's a thing that I have a problem with, right? But when it comes to like something like Baldur's Gate, the game is good enough that it just seems natural. Like you are just given the option to do whatever the fuck you want. And because you're given the option to do whatever the fuck you want, it doesn't come off as like super wokey. It doesn't come off as super, SJW-y, like they're trying to take the video games away from the whites. So... Warhammer is a tough one, though. You really want to find a group and stick to Garage Hammer with that group. True. That's true. And that's one reason why I haven't gotten back into it, like, basically at all. But, like, I have my green box back there, right? Like, I have my fucking metal models from back in the day. I want to show those things off. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to show off my fucking models in a random fucking game store where I don't fucking know anyone, because I do not know where those people... how those people are. Those people, like, there's so many fucking weirdos in the 40K community. And, like, every single person that I've known that is, like, a normal person that plays 40K, they're like, yeah. Like, I know some people that run the largest, or at least as of, like, a couple of years ago, the largest 40K, like, Facebook group, right? And the amount of fucking moderation and, like, the civil wars that went on because, we can't, like, they, like, banned all politics, and all the conservatives were like, yay, no politics, yay, keep politics out of gaming. But then they got super ass mad when they couldn't post the God Emperor Donald Trump memes. And they were like, listen, you said you didn't want any fucking politics. I agree. I don't want any fucking politics. This is a Warhammer 40K group, right? And now you guys are going to cry about me enforcing the rule on no fucking politics? And then it just like devolved and devolved and devolved. And they eventually got it under control after like 6 months. But like, dude, the Warhammer community online, at least, are fucking wackos. They're just wackos, dude. I work with a guy who plays 40K. He's one of the most conspiracy brain conservative people I've ever met. Based. Absolutely fucking based. Oh yeah, I'd heard about that. He was harassing cosplayers. See, I could never get into card games, but... When I first realized the weakness of my flesh, I was disgusted by it. There are only 14 political words I want to hear. True. Okay, we're going to listen to this, and we're going to start the game.
That is set to take effect in 9 days. The popular app is used by as many as 170 million users in the U.S. A bipartisan law orders TikTok to shut down in 9 days unless it finds a new owner that is not in China or the Supreme Court takes action.
To give you some background, lawmakers fear that through TikTok, China could acquire Americans' private data or could push propaganda that would sow discord. It's a risk that TikTok's lawyer acknowledged to the 9 justices this morning.
That they would use that information over time to develop spies, to turn people, to blackmail people, people who a generation from now will be working in the FBI or the CIA or in the State Department. Is that not a realistic assessment by Congress and the President of the risks here?
Well, Your Honor, I'm not disputing the risks. I certainly acknowledge the risk, but I think there are lots of reasons, not just the one I just gave, but there are lots of reasons why that risk still can't justify the law.
Let's get the latest on what happened today with CNN Chief Supreme Court Analyst Joan
Can I turn the sensitivity
Joan,
down?
it looks
Holy
like the
shit.
justices are not going to block this ban.
It does, but I've got a couple caveats. No, you could tell that they were with the the federal government here in terms of the main motivation. But there are a couple questions. There are actually three. First of all, is this a First Amendment infringement? And once you get past that, has the government, Congress, passed a law that's narrowly tailored to kind of meet its compelling interest to override the First Amendment free speech interest? And then after...
I'm not going to lie. I do not give a single iota of a fuck if... Sorry, I got distracted. I do not give a single fuck if they get rid of TikTok. This controller looks weird. Gas, how old are you? What fucking year do you think this is, homie? Well, look, you can change the control scheme, so I wondered maybe if there's a possibility I could change the sensitivity. You never fucking know. All right, I was surprised that I could change the sensitivity. Let me see here. I'm shocked, Pikachu, that you have an N64 with a working joystick. Listen, dude, when I got really big into collecting old Nintendo things, I was like doing repairs. This is like you buy it at the store and it has like a modern joystick and shit. But I had the equipment a long time ago to repair them, and I repaired 3 of my like 8 Nintendo 64 controllers. So 29 from Eastern Europe. We didn't have shit like this. But you've never seen a Nintendo 64 controller? That's fucking crazy. Oh wait, there's like... Oh, I thought there was only 2. Oh wait, hold on. Let's see. Move and look. That's annoying. Kissy. Let's try this one. Yeah, the controls kind of fucking suck ass on this. There's like a fucking 3-second delay. On when I start moving forward. Come on, aim. Is he dead? Bro, this is going to be fucking difficult. Oh, this is going to be really bad, guys. Oh, shit. Okay, we're gonna keep. I'm gonna try and just like power through.
After that, what about timing? Because that did come up here. Could this possibly not take effect on January 19th, which is when it's scheduled to take effect, which of course is a day before President-elect Donald Trump comes in? First of all, on that exchange that you just listened to, there was so much concern about the potential for, Chinese espionage. At one point, the Chief Justice also said, so are we supposed to ignore the fact that the ultimate parent is, in fact, subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government?
Reload?
Because TikTok, while an American company, is owned ultimately by ByteDance, which is, headquartered in Beijing. So that was a real concern. But those 2 grounds that you just mentioned that Congress passed the law based on, the data collection for blackmail and other espionage, and the covert manipulation, it was that latter grounds that the justices were really suspicious about. Doesn't everyone know now that TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company, wouldn't they know that potentially that there could be some manipulation? So I think the justices might not agree with the government on the extent of the grounds here. So bottom line, it looks like this court is ready to rule against TikTok, but then finally timing. The question came up of whether there should be some postponement of the effect of the law taking place on January 19th, which is what Congress had dictated when it passed the law back in April.
Sorry, I can't fucking concentrate on it at all. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I can't concentrate on the video at all because it's so fucking broken. Like, I want you guys to see how long it takes for me to start moving once I hit the up button, okay? Skip it. Skip. All right, pressing 1, 2, 3, now. Oh, well, that time it was fucking instant. Why? Now it's not moving. Cool. Yeah, fucking die, Soviet scum. Okay. There was a second guy over here. Did I turn the music down so low that the game isn't even like... Because I can't hear it. Shit. Wait, what just happened? Okay, let's go back on this and listen.
Infringement. And once you get past that, has the government, Congress, passed a law that's narrowly tailored to kind of meet its compelling interest to override the First Amendment free speech interest. And then after that, what about...
Can someone explain to me why this is such a big deal? Like, literally every other fucking country in the entire world can fuck with our country through our First Amendment protections, but they'll all ban countries like apps. Like, China bans every single app that promotes anything, you know, American in its country, right? You can't fucking get on Twitter in China unless you have, you know, a security clearance. Like, what's the deal? Russia banned YouTube, right? Russia probably banned Twitter and Facebook as well. And then we just have to be the cucked ones who sit here and get fucked with by other countries? Nah, fuck that, dude. China is our greatest tech threat. And then all the, like, it became like a conservative, like calling card. Like, oh no, Trump will save TikTok. That's why you should elect him. Fuck that shit.
Timing, because that did come up here. Could this possibly not take effect on January 19th, which is when it's scheduled to take effect, which of course is a day before President-elect Donald Trump comes in? First of all, on that exchange that you just listened to, there was so much concern about the potential for, you know, Chinese espionage. At one point, the Chief Justice also said, you know, so are we supposed to ignore the fact that the ultimate parent is, in fact, subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government? Because TikTok, while an American company, is owned ultimately by ByteDance, which is, you know, headquartered in Beijing. So that was a real concern. But those two grounds that you just mentioned that Congress passed the law based on, the data collection for blackmail and other espionage, and the covert manipulation, it was that latter grounds that the justices were really suspicious about. You know, doesn't everyone know now that TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company? Wouldn't they know that potentially that there could be some manipulation? So I think the justices might not agree with the government on the extent of the grounds here. So bottom line, it looks like this court is ready to rule against TikTok, but then finally timing. The question came up of whether there should be some postponement of the effect of the law taking place on January 19th, which is what Congress had dictated when it passed the law back in April. President-elect Donald Trump has said, put a pause on it. TikTok has said put a pause on it. And the justices started to ask about that. And the Solicitor General of the United States, currently the Biden administration Solicitor General, said, no, if you're going to rule for us based on our national security grounds that it looked like they were ready to buy, there's no reason to say that that would justify any kind of postponement here. But there seemed to be some sentiment about should they act when we're in the middle of a transition between administrations, and what would the consequence be if they were to do it that way?
It's going to be so interesting
Yeah.
what happens.
You worked on this issue on Capitol Hill. My question is actually a technical one. It's actually not a day one thing for him.
Well, hold on. I can get modern controls on Perfect Dark. Where is it? Wow, that looks good. Listen, for some reason, those fucking weirdos at Rare made it to where you could plug in 2 controllers and double fist them like this. And then it's basically like modern controls. Why'd it turn off? Oh. It says no signal for you guys. What's going on? This shit is still funny.
Morning, Rush. Hey, thanks again for letting me stay here.
That's not really any trouble, Brian. What do you figure, just a few days?
Oh, man, who knows? Just so good to be out of there. Hey, I've been reading all your books, and I so 100% agree with you. What is going on with this country? Wake up, America. These taxes, right? Am I right about the taxes,
Yeah, taxes are pretty high. Is that a new coffee machine?
Oh, yeah, I took the liberty of replacing your old one with a new American-made coffee machine. In fact, I got you a bunch of new top-notch American-made stuff.
What else did you buy?
Oh, a couple things. That light fixture, new heat regulator on your stove, your man bra, your garbage disposal, your dishwasher, and your new cat.
Okay.
Morning, Rush. Hey, thanks again for letting me stay here.
That's not really...
It's a
now my
day
Nintendo
-1.
64
It's a
just
January
decided not to
19th,
work.
one day before the inauguration. Can he do something here?
Really hard for him, especially with this potentially not going higher up to the Supreme Court. The legislation was very carefully written to be a forced divestment, meaning TikTok, the parent company, has a choice. They can sell it to a U.S. owner, which is similar to the other platforms that exist, social media platforms, or they lose.
And it's not capturing it for you guys at all, but it's loud as fuck. One second. Why is there no signal? There we go. Oh, fuck. All right, here we go.
Lose access to Apple Store and all the others. The idea being that the Chinese Communist Party, which has people directly on the board of the parent company, should not have direct access to our location data, our other, our phone numbers, our geolocation, all of that data that TikTok, first and foremost compared to the other companies, they were first to the short form video. There's a lot of American data there that they have not proven an ability to keep their hands off of.
Brian, when the legislation was moving, the blowback was super intense. It actually worked against them on some level, if I recall correctly. I mean, we've seen some of it today, fierce anger.
Oh my God, I didn't realize it was so loud.
Deep dedication to this app and what it produces.
At the same time, Meta's stock rose today. That's the owner of Facebook, right? Because all the other social networks will benefit if TikTok's actually banned. It seems to me, though, this is one of those cases of fighting the last proverbial war, 3, 4, 5 years behind. Chinese-owned firms will find other ways to go viral, find other ways to make apps that are super successful in the U.S. And meanwhile, every day or every week or every month, TikTok is still around in the U.S., Americans just get more and more addicted to it, not just to TikTok, but to the form that that format of vertical video, right to your face. That's going to be with us regardless of TikTok.
Yeah, no, and I wouldn't be surprised if Elon Musk bought Vine back. If we remember that.
Oh, what a great throwback reference.
Yeah, we love the Vines. Wow. We did it for the Vine. But no, look, I think you hit the nail on the head. The Chinese
Do I need to insert a fucking game pack to play this game?
Access, but not only that, the algorithm and what it feeds us. Look, I love the Costco guys as much as anybody. They get a big boom. But the problem is that it changes the chemical makeup of our...
Wait, what the fuck did this guy just say? What the fuck? Come on.
No, look, I think you hit the nail on the head. The Chinese Communist Party not only has access to that data, or can have access, but not only that, the algorithm and what it feeds us. Look, I love the Costco guys as much as anybody. They get a big boom. But the problem is that it changes the chemical makeup of our brain when we see certain things. And there are studies that people are getting fed information, and it's impossible to track exactly who's making these calls at TikTok.
And that's
the American government needs to put their foot down and enforce it.
If it's not TikTok, it'll be something else.
And the problem is not that it's foreign ownership in charge of this very aggressive, very seductive algorithm. The fact is that it's there. It's not age-gated. It's aimed at our kids. They're sucking up all kinds of data. And whether you're doing it for a corporate purpose or for a nefarious foreign political purpose, in some ways doesn't matter. Who owns it, I think, is very important. But what they do with it and whether or not they're going to try and get some control over it. There's no legislation to control any of this, regardless of who owns the platform.
So then part of, this is a broader tech challenge of data privacy and what kind of regulation. We're not expecting this to be a pro-regulation administration. That's part of why this legislation was dated to be in effect the day before the inauguration. But the other challenge we see is that the Chinese Communist Party had access to Grindr and had used their data to, bully journalists about their own personal habits. So there's evidence there. And in 2018, they sold it to an American company. There's plenty of American buyers lining up. If TikTok is going to survive in America, which it can, it's a very easy choice for ByteDance to just divest, make a ton of money that way, and share the algorithm with an American owner.
I am optimistic that people like the incoming Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the team Trump's putting around him are going to continue to put the pressure on China. Because you're right, there will be other stuff. But we need a blanket rule in this country that we need to go after these Chinese companies that are influencing.
One thing I will tell you,
people.
the campaign and President Trump went on TikTok. The campaign was on TikTok. Right. And before that happened, there was the requirement by the president that we have proof that all the things TikTok said they would do, as far as those servers not being able to be accessed, all these things happened. And there were many, many meetings where that did have to be proven to people much smarter than I am technologically within the campaign. And he wouldn't have done it. But I think Brian made the most important point. You can get rid of TikTok, it's going to be called something else, and somebody else is going to. The platform concept is not going to go away.
And regardless of the owner, what are these apps doing to our brains?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sorry to give everybody nightmares.
No,
We
no,
don't
no.
sleep tonight, but
for
we
the parents,
all
it's
should
all
think about
everybody's
this.
thinking
There are
about it.
170 million American users on TikTok, right? About 40% of those users get their news just on TikTok. That's several million people. There is no universe in the 1980s in which we would have allowed the Soviet Union to own the equivalent access of a broadcasting network to deliver news to people. Now, the legislation, again, was not written anything dealing with content or First Amendment right, but that's a national security concern.
Sam, what do you want?
Space Jam DVD, 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 Space Jam DVD. Space Jam DVD, Space Jam DVD, Space Jam DVD, Space Jam.
What song is that in the background?
Jam DVD, Space 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 Jam DVD. Space Jam DVD, 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 Space Jam DVD.
Oh, who just raided? Chris Speaks, thank you for the raid. Welcome to my no more politics, okay? Now, okay? Now we play Nintendo 64 games. All right? And try and learn piano songs by ear. Hair is tousled. Oh, wow. Holy shit, my hair is tousled. I got nasty. I got nasty just for Justin. Another Twitch Lord. How's it going, Testy? No, but I, actually, unironically fucking love this chord progression. I kind of... One second, let me...
Space Jam DVD, 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 Space Jam DVD. Space Jam DVD, 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 Space.
Yeah, we just gave up on GoldenEye. Did I close out the window with all the damn it, I just opened up like 4 windows that I didn't want to open up. Fuck. No. This one. All right, you know what? While we have some raiders here, let me ask you guys a fucking question, okay? Are you guys ready for a question? Sources, add, window capture. Okay, so we got quite a bit of some we got quite a few, okay, options. All right. My New Year's resolution is to minor 7th chord to start. All right. Yeah, my New Year's resolution is to be the strongest fake gamer ever. All right, so yeah, so what I want to do is I want to beat at least 10 up to 20 of my old fucking games. All right, we have already decided on. I decided this was before anyone else got involved. Okay, Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Stadium 2. All right. I'm going to beat those 100%. Did I get the laptop? Yes, it is shipping right now. I was not able to do it pick up in store, but I did get the laptop. So we'll be doing Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon Stadium 2, which means that we're going to be beating the, the like regular Pokemon games of that generation. So I have Pokemon Yellow and either Silver or Gold. So that's 4 games right there, right? I guess people are like begging for GoldenEye, so we'll be doing GoldenEye. I haven't beaten Majora's Mask. The only game on the floor right here that I've beaten is fucking Ocarina of Time. That's literally it. All right. So if you guys see anything, okay, that you think, man, that would be a feat. Oh yeah, we also decided on Banjo-Kazooie. Why did I stack Pokemon or Paper Mario and GoldenEye? Because I didn't realize that Allison's copy of Pokemon Stadium was in mine. So that's her second copy of Paper Mario under mine. That's her second copy or her copy of GoldenEye under mine, and her copy of Pokemon Stadium. Majora's Mask 3D was really good. Yeah, this is 3D. Fucking idiot. What are you fucking... What's the entire point of playing on the Nintendo 64? It's fucking 3D. No shit, retard. Oh, fuck. Anyways, so, yeah. Oh, you know what? I should fucking beat Rogue Squadron. Oh, bro, I might play Rogue Squadron right now. Actually, no. We're gonna play fucking Perfect Dark because I have that in the fucking thing, and I want to see if it runs decently. So we got those. I don't know if we're gonna play through any of the NES games. All right. Wait, is there a Rainbow Six game in here? Holy shit, there's a Rainbow Six game. I didn't even know I owned it. Okay, maybe that one. We'll decide like hardcore once we get like further into it, okay? You know what? I should get my NES back from Houston just so that we can play fucking Battletoads. Do you have a joystick for Rogue? All fucking... I'm so sorry. Am I losing my fucking mind? First, we talk about fucking Majora's Mask 3D. Yeah, of course it's 3D. It's on the fucking Nintendo 64. Now you're asking, do I have a joystick for Rogue Squadron? It's on the Nintendo 64. That's like the main feature of the controller. It has a fucking joystick. No fucking shit. What's that? I do. 1 second. My girlfriend is asking for a flash drive. So let me bring that to her. We can't see anything except picture. Yeah, no, I was just doing this for a second, but well, Allison's not in the room, Sam. You should text her. Okay? Do you have the Punch Out? I got the one with Mr. Dream. This was back when I was collecting, and I didn't know that there was a difference between the where's Punch Out. See, it would say Mike Tyson's Punch Out if it was with Mike Tyson. I don't know, bro. I played Rogue Squadron on PC like a Chad with a joystick. Gas. What is this? This little thing right here. What is that? It's a fucking joystick. Okay, let me hand off this flash drive to Allison. Oh, fuck. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Allison's asking me to do something for her, and I can't show it on screen. I have to see. I don't think I ever beat Zelda 2. I'm never going to beat Zelda 2. Are you fucking kidding me? I have no desire. Let me see here. This PC. Oh, no, there's only 5 gigabytes. Oh, shit. Let's see what this is.
Investors, you can, as investors,
Hope
you
you're paying attention.
So as
Bold VOD from like
your fucking mutual fund.
2022.
Conversation was their values than with the Democrats, but they're not.
Conservatives cry. I want to fight people to make people's lives better. Well, rehabilitation can't come.
And then putting an election as justification for Russia.
Yeah, I don't care. We'll get rid of these. Okay. Let me see how big this folder is. Properties. 780 megabytes. All right, that's going to go right here. Documents. All right. Let me save the D&D PDFs that I have. Counterpoint, many people called controllers joypads. Oh, well, those people can, can't say that on Twitch. Can't say that on Twitch. X. No. Documents. What's the male equivalent of the casual games girls play? World of Warcraft? No, absolutely. That's a sweaty ass game, dude. You should look at them when you get a chance. Well, I will when I get a chance, okay? Why is this thing going at 355 kilobytes? Come on. All right. We're almost done, folks. We're almost done. All right. In the meantime, tell me, what games from the Super Nintendo though? Because the only ones that I'm set on beating, because I've already beaten Link to the Past, I won't be playing that one on stream again. All right. I am thinking Super Metroid and Chrono Trigger. Those are the only two that I know for sure that I want to play. Breath of Fire has been called out. Yoshi's Island, I got really far in that as a kid. So I am thinking that as well, but not like 1,000% sure. Chess Master, I'm not the worst at chess, okay? I'm not the best. I'm not even decent, but I'm not the worst. Okay. Play Pokemon Snap. I feel like I would just get like, I don't feel like that's like that fun. I don't feel like that's that fun to play on stream because I'm just going to be looking up a guide on like how to get all the secrets and stuff, you know? Super Mario World? No, I don't. But see, like, I suck at platformers. I would listen. I would play those things, but like, I would need some incentive. Someone would have to fucking pay me to play some of those games. Okay. Like, if there's a game that you're like, oh man, I need to see Sondsol fucking suck at this game super hard. I need to see him suck. I'll give you a smooch. I'm more of an instant gratification kind of guy, dude. Isn't Kirby meant for kids? I don't know. I've never played a Kirby game, actually. Zombies Ate My Neighbors would be fun to watch. Zombies is best with 2 players. Hey, Sam, you know what? Fly to where I live and play Zombies Ate My Neighbors with me. How's that sound? All right. It's almost done. 500 megabytes left to save, all right? I don't think they make those for the Nintendo 64. If my PC didn't break and I had to buy a new one like a week and a half ago, oh man, that sucks. I just bought a laptop. I used Christmas gifts to pay for half of a laptop. Hold on. N64, what should I do? Joystick? No, that's not what I want. Damn, that looks fucking sick as hell, though. All right. That looks kind of sick as hell. Flight stick. I guess there is one. It's not easy to get, it doesn't look like. This is a USB. Those are all USB. Come on, click on it. I clicked on it. So go to the... Search. eBay. Nope. $70. $70? I don't think so, son. I don't think so. Okay. Everything is finished. I'm going to delete everything on this USB. Why is it taking time to delete things? Oh my God, come on. Okay, at least it's going fast. PSU died? I don't even know what a PSU is. Power supply unit. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, Allison is having trouble with her PC that we built out of parts from my old PC. She hasn't used it the entire time that we've had it, but she hasn't used it at all. But like the second that she does want to start playing some games on a Windows PC that she can't play on her Mac, kaput. Absolutely, completely destroyed. Okay, well, that's... Well, that's deleting things. Oh, no, it's inverted. There we go. Oh, this controls like a fucking dream. This controls like a fucking dream, baby boys. All right, check this shit out. Okay? Oh, wrong one. Oh, wrong one. Check this shit out, bro. Two controllers. What a dream, dude. Okay, let me see how much is left to delete off of this thumb drive. Oh my gosh, less than a gigabyte. We're almost ready. Oh, come on. There we go.
The information center is through this door.
Oh.
Hi there. Hiya. Find out as much as you can, Joanna. There's a gap in my records.
Why does he sound like that? What do you want from me, dude?
Hello. Hey.
Where am I supposed to go? Do you have perfect dark? I feel like I'm having a stroke like 80% of the fucking time that I'm reading chat today. One second. Let me look at something. 1 second. Okay. It looks like everything is out of that drive, so I'm going to eject it. Pisco and Lonerbox downplaying rape gangs? What does that mean? We gave it pretty quick? Yeah, because the controls were ass. All right, let me hand this off to Allison and then we're good to go. And what is the Pisco Lonerbox thing? Would you play Deus Ex? Maybe. I mean, like, but like, here's the thing. That's not on any of the systems that I have. It's not any of the pictures of games that I showed. So if it's not on one of those, I'm going to not prioritize that. Pisco and Drew Pavlou debated yesterday. Well, then post it either in the Discord or something like that. Is there like a recording of it or? The only thing Pisco is passionate about is food? Jesus Christ. I'm eating like a 16th of this edible because they're so fucking strong. Let's see if I can survive. Okay. Watch the debate. What do I look up? What do I look up? Someone link it in chat for me. We'll watch it. If this isn't immediately available on YouTube. Pisco. Drew Pavlou. Guest referee Lonerbox.
Lie about him and
Yeah, there'll be a lot of slander and things like that, but at least the thing is in the UK that if you've got the majority in Parliament and if it's that big, then they can't really obstruct you in any meaningful way, apart from just with media, like not in the actual political process. So that's why this whole, like, let's have another inquiry after we've just had one, it isn't really going to be that effective. Like, they can just shoot it down.
No,
Okay, Drew is figuring out how to join in.
Okay, cool. Give me a second. I want to be on the right angle. I think I have to do this. And transform. Flip horizontal. Boom. I think this will work. Uh-oh. There we go. What is... Are you just, like, moderating it?
I think so. I don't know.
I don't know why I need a babysitter, but I appreciate you doing it.
That's fine.
I like the...
maybe I'll join in. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe you will. Maybe against me.
You said you like the lighting. Yeah, I'm trying to get, like... I don't know. I feel like they're just not strong enough, though. Or if it's my camera that needs to change, but there's something about this current setup that just is lacking.
Watch the new Not So Erudite VOD. Well, fuck. Link it to me or something. We just opened this up. Okay, really quick. Corey, fuck, I always forget what your Twitch username is. So it's hard to... I know that you're someone that I know, but I always forget what the Twitch username is, so that I know like who we're talking to. But I don't... Can you give me like a TLDR? Like, not like who's the bad guy or anything like that, just like a TLDR of what the conversation is and who's on what side. I'm banned off Twitch because I said something mean about Hasan. You gotta know you can't attack the golden goose, my guy. You can't attack the golden goose. Nair did. Oh, let me scroll to where Nair said something. Well, I see that he said something about Andrew Tate. Oh, okay. Well, I was just wondering, like, why is Pisco a fake liberal?
Something, but I don't know what it is.
I think it's great.
Well, I got Phillips Hue. Okay, let's bring Drew
It's actually a little inconvenient to get us all together in one place because of the time zone shit. I didn't realize that until we tried to do it. How you doing, Drew?
Yeah, well, I've made the effort.
Hey,
I mean, I know about the rape gangs. I know about the grooming gangs. I know about these things, right? But like here, okay, before like this is my general understanding of what's going on. All right. This isn't a fake liberal thing. This isn't anything like that. This is just my understanding. There is a problem with grooming and rape gangs and pimping people out in the UK. And there is argument around whether or not there is a particular problem with that in the I don't even know if it's like a specific nationality. Like basically if you're Arab, right? Like there's like specific ones to that. But I don't know fucking shit else about it. Like rape is bad. Rape gangs, that's coordinated bad. Gotta love the hypocritical lib stance on Islam. What did I say that's hypocritical? I'm not like a defender of Islam. I know it's a super brave take. Rape is bad, but like, why is this such a like? Why are we saying that these guys are fake liberals?
this isn't live, is it?
It's live. You're live right now.
Oh fucking hell! Sorry.
You want
still trying to work out my camera and stuff. Sorry guys, I've not really done much streaming before.
You're good.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, that's good. I'm just trying to set up my actual camera. Can you give me 2 minutes?
Yeah. How you going?
Good. No, I'm very glad to be here. I'm sorry though. I just
no worries.
Oh my god, man.
Where the fuck am I supposed to be?
I'm a little bit technologically challenged, unfortunately.
You're
sometimes.
good. Take your time.
This happened in every single debate I've ever done. Like when I did Hinkle, I was like 40 minutes late, and same with Hasan and stuff, and they got really pissed. I'll come back in like 1 minute. I'm just trying to set up the camera.
Go for it.
Okay, thanks.
I was trying to start friendly, Lonerbox, by saying "How you going?" That's a very Australian thing to say.
How you going?
Yo?
What a mistake of a country.
May I? I?
Do we have any Australians in the chat to be offended by that?
I hope so. And I hope they all leave.
May I?
Fuck, wait. Like, so what? Okay.
Hang on, I'll tell you what this is about.
Do you want to do like opening statements and shit? Or
no, this is stupid. This entire thing is dumb. Hang on. This should have been a Twitter space for 5 minutes. But in the interest of full disclosure, here we have an exhibit. I don't know if you want to enter into it, but I'll...
Oh, we can't let you have a head start, okay? Your fucking exhibits.
No, listen, I just...
no.
This is all you need to know about everything. Hang on a sec. I just need to make it bigger. Wow.
Does doing this kind of shit give you practice for your real job?
No, of course not. This is stupid.
Okay.
But we have it if we need it. Oops.
Okay.
Yo.
We can add a little smiley face to make it friendlier for the non-lawyers. I think he wants to be a barrister too. So, you know.
Okay.
This is good. This is good practice for the world that he's about to enter.
Holy shit. And this is okay.
There's only one exhibit. Don't worry.
Are we planning on? Do you guys have like substantial?
I fear that I missed something.
Well, we might.
Like, really important.
No, I don't have very strong opinions about those, other than rape is bad. But I do have strong opinions about what he did.
Corey, see, he just said it. He said that rape is bad. Why is he a bad liberal? Come on, man. Like, cut him some slack. He said rape is bad. Yeah, give him some fucking credit, okay? You're fine. Okay, so they've had multiple inquiries into it, and what did they find? Did they find that rape is bad? Did they find that rape is bad? Because that's important. Okay, where the fuck is Drew? There we go.
We got it. We have liftoff. Can you hear us,
Hey,
Drew?
is this working now?
It's working perfectly.
Hang on, sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry,
Oh,
guys.
no,
Someone's
no.
gotta.
Jesus fucking
work this out.
Christ.
Testing, testing. Ba-do-do-do-do-do-do.
When does the actual fucking debate start?
I bet we're gonna echo.
Tech
I
issues
apologize
resolved at
again
50.
for everybody. So I'd identify as moderate left centrism. I still believe that I am within like the sort of like the tradition of liberalism. I was 13, 14 years old when the Grooming gang case took place in the UK, when like Rochdale became a huge case. I was only 13, 14 years old. So for some people who might say, oh, well, that's what, well, for some people who might ask, you know, why you...
Am I gonna have to reset the game because I have no idea where the fuck I'm
14
going?
years old when this first broke out. The way I came to this issue, people have said, oh, Drew is starting a right-wing grift. He's got to do what Brianna Wu did, blah, blah, blah. I like Brianna Wu. But people have said, Elon retweeted Drew, therefore Drew is going to go right-wing. He's going to go down the Trump MAGA route, etc., etc. This is not my intention whatsoever. Surprises anybody that Elon retweeted me, because I have been very critical of him in the past. And look, I'm still very critical of his...
I thought that the Drew Pavlou guy, Drew Pavlou, is it Pavlou? I thought that he was just like a big memer. I thought like his entire like online presence was just being like a huge fucking memer. Is he not a fucking is he not just like memeing left and right all the fucking time? Is he serious when he posts?
Stance on Ukraine, a lot of things he has said and done. I did read the Walter Isaacson biography over Christmas, and his achievements in the technical space in terms of what he's done with SpaceX and Tesla are incredible. I have great respect for that. Politically, I have quite a few differences with Elon. Strong critic of his stance on Ukraine.
Where the fuck
Very
am I
critical
supposed to
of
go,
the types
guys?
of people that he sometimes elevates. So, for example, I'm a massive hater of Tucker Carlson. I literally protested Tucker Carlson's show when he came to Australia. I somehow got into the front row, and I had a Ukraine flag. I protested. I disrupted.
What?
I've zeroed the site. The rest is up to you. How's it going?
What is that? A shooting range? Can I shoot? No.
That's on my YouTube. I got a $1,000 fine for that, which sucked, but it was worth it. It was very, very much worth it. You know, he also elevated Andrew Tate recently. I'm a massive critic of Andrew Tate, and he is literally a groomer and a rapist himself. So you know, this whole narrative that Drew has become right wing because Elon retweeted him once, and because I'm not. I mean, I think that's unfair, and also the fact that I am Australian. You know, I had my stance in the election. I was a big supporter of the Democrats and Kamala, because Australia's alliance with America is so important. I need America to continue remaining a strong ally of America. Otherwise, China may come to rise in my region, and I will be one of the first people to get.
You sound like Pauline Hanson.
That takes place. I'm glad that you are. I'm glad that you know who Pauline Hanson is. I actually fought with her on television before, actually, which is quite funny. Because I had like a kind of
Wait, on television?
in Australia.
Is this motherfucker not just a fucking like internet memester on Twitter? What the fuck? Who the fuck is this guy? I have like no idea who this Drew Pavlou guy is.
I'm only 25 now, but I had a small independent party that ran at the last election, and I literally had a fight with Pauline Hanson on television because she was trying to endorse me, and I wouldn't really take her endorsement, and then she said, "You should take my endorsement. You're being very rude," and it was entertaining. I should put that on YouTube someday. But look, the way I came to this.
Is this where I started?
And look, the China thing. I first came to, I guess, public. I first got into public life, I suppose. I was leading pro-Hong Kong protests at my university, the University of Queensland in Brisbane, Australia. And I guess there were like Chinese nationalists who came out, tried to beat us up. It became like an international news story because the Chinese government condemned me and condemned me at a press conference. And there was in 2022, the AFP literally raided somebody because they were working for Chinese foreign intelligence and they were trying to put a hit on me in Australia, which is insane. So this is my story. I won't go into that today. We're going to be talking about the grooming gang. The way I came to this, though,
Hold on. Drew is a right-wing grifter? I thought that he was like a fucking like giga-lib, like, dude, I don't pay attention to these people that much anymore. Like the who's a grifter and who's not a grifter or anything.
Are they all expendable?
Don't joke. You have to be careful, Joanna. Code keys will only operate while the owner is alive. If you kill them, the key is useless. Alarm cards are a different matter, of course.
What's the target location?
Work your way down the building to the ground level. Dr. Cowell will be in a research lab somewhere in the underground facility.
How will I recognize him?
We don't have an image record, and we can't find any official files. All we have is the name. Good luck, Dr. Cowell.
Yeah, imagine believing in fucking Australia, please.
Look,
I'm not looking at it.
That all up. I'm going to be very diplomatic now. You know, I've got to almost be a kind of ambassador because we can't have Trump's isolationism abandoning Australia. Because if Australia goes down to the route of appeasing the Chinese Communist Party, I fear for my own safety. So I have to try and find. Look, I was a big supporter of the Democrats, but I have to try and find silver linings in the clouds that are ahead, and I'm going to try my best, you know, to avoid being incendiary for the sake of being incendiary. But that doesn't mean that I'm right-wing. That doesn't mean that I'm MAGA. Doesn't mean that I am, you know, a supporter of Tommy Robinson or whatever. Anyway, the reason I came into this, the grooming gang scandal, I've been very... The past year, my politics have changed quite a bit because I wasn't aware of how bad the situation with Islamism was until October 7th. And I lost a lot of friends because I had friends who I thought were normal people, and after October 7, they basically sort of became Islamists. They were defending Hamas, they were defending October 7, they were supporting, you know, the murder and the rape of innocent people, and that really had a massive impact on me. And since then, I've become very concerned as well because we've had, you know, we've had fire bombings, attacks on synagogues in Australia. There have been attacks on Jewish Australians, hate marches through the streets by basically gangs of people who've been waving Hezbollah flags, Hamas flags. And so this has sort of made me see things through a more, it's hard to explain this, but basically it made me more critical of sort of open border policy because I believe that, you know, my family came to Australia as migrants ourselves. We fully assimilated, you know. I'm basically fully Australian. Unfortunately, I don't even speak Greek. But and look, it's not to say that, you know, people shouldn't.
I didn't know this, but I guess like Australians fucking hate Greeks, dude. I don't know why that is, but my girlfriend used to live in Australia, and hello? Hello. God, the fucking controls are so hard. Where are you? Fuck. Am I almost dead? I can't quite tell. Okay, we'll keep going.
Should lose their language and these sorts of things. But I mean, it's been very hard for me to see those massive Hamas hate marches in Australia, firebombing attacks on synagogues. We've had ISIS preachers in Western Sydney who have basically advocating killing Jews. There's that infamous sort of hadith, which is contested. A lot of mainstream Muslim scholars contest it, but there's the hadith where it basically says in the end times there will be a Jew there will be a Jew, and the Garkhan tree will call out, "There is a Jew behind me, come and kill him." We've had these types of preachers in Australia. There've been mosques in Western Sydney that have had memorial services for Hezbollah fighters and stuff like that. And so this has made me, I guess, more critical, or not critical, but it's highlighted to me the importance of trying to find a way to make sure that there's assimilation and integration. We don't want sectarian politics.
Wait, hold on. Isn't this fucking issue like going back to like 2014?
Why the big hurry?
Like, am I wrong on that? Haven't people been talking about the fucking like rape gangs for like nigh on a fucking decade? Why are we still talking? Did they not arrest them? Is that what the issue is? They were never arrested? Yeah, Syrian crisis, like they all like went to fucking England and they did the whole. Wait, hold up. Fuck you. Like, why is this all the same? Like, did something new happen, or did this just like, are we just now relitigating this because of memes? Hello? The inquiries had no funding. He's a psycho right-winger. It's because they're brown, son. Drew is not right-wing. Only progressive cucks say that. The question that I'm asking is, are there still like these alleged rape gangs? Did something pop off with the rape gangs that made them news again? Where are you? Fucking shit, dude. Oh my god, I'm barely touching the fucking joystick, dude, and it just shoots over. Okay.
That's I think a very important fundamental thing when we have migration. We don't want it to lead to sectarian politics. So this has sort of been my trajectory. So I've become a bit of a critic of, I guess, Islamist extremism and fundamentalism. And look, I was just on Twitter on New Year's Day, and that's when I read it was a tweet that went super viral, and basically the tweet was a screenshot of the judge in the Oxford grooming gang case, and the judge was basically, it was just the judge's sentencing remarks, and the judge described in graphic detail how a young British girl was anally raped by 4 men at once, which was just one of the sickest things. It's literally, literally stuff that recalls to mind wartime atrocities. It was really horrific. It had a massive impact on me when I read that, and I just thought this needs to be spoken about. So I started talking about it, and then Owen Jones attacked me very viciously. We had a big back and forth, and then Pisco came in and he criticized one of my tweets regarding Mehdi Hasan. I think honestly what happened was we were maybe speaking past each other.
I couldn't
think
crouch.
There was a misunderstanding. I didn't actually know who Pisco was. That's my fault. I assumed, because look, the majority of people who attack me, I get, unfortunately, dozens of death threats a day. I get dozens of death threats and really hateful, abusive messages a day. And the majority of that comes from sort of pro-Hamas people on the far left. But I also even get neo-Nazis attacking me going, we're going to deport you, you're brown, blah, blah, blah. Like, I literally get all this shit. And I just unfortunately assumed that Pisco was kind of like a far left sort of Hamas supporter or something like that. And then one of my friends actually messaged me and was like, why are you going so hard against Pisco? He's actually friends with Destiny. And I was like, oh, that's stupid of me. I'm sorry. So I was like, look, let's have a debate and a discussion. And I know Lonerbox has also done like a full video on the grooming gang scandals. And I actually watched as well his Lonerbox's video analysis of my sort of back and forth with Owen Jones. And I think some of, look, I want to first preface this by saying I actually have a lot of respect for Lonerbox. I really respect how you have taken on the kind of pro-Hamas guys over the past year. You called out a lot of extremism, propaganda, lies about what is happening in the Middle East right now. So I respect Lonerbox a great deal. And I can see how Pisco and Lonerbox think that maybe I've sort of fallen for far-right disinformation, misinformation, blah, blah, blah. Look, this is a very difficult topic because from my perspective, you know, for example, the issue with the Chinese Communist Party that I first came into politics with, my stance was always coming from a leftist perspective, in that I still believe in the universal fundamental dignity of all human beings. I believe that all human beings are born equal. I don't believe in racial differences between people. I believe that all human beings are fundamentally equal in value, worth, dignity. And so when I was seeing that, and so I remember at my university, the socialists would not want, they literally told me that they didn't want to be involved in the sort of pro-Hong Kong protest because they thought that if white people were involved in it, it would devolve into kind of xenophobia, and it would devolve into, you know, yellow peril race bashing against Chinese people. That's what the socialists would say to me at the University of Queensland. And so I saw firsthand with that issue how cultural relativism prohibited people on the left from talking about an issue when it came to atrocities against human beings, Tibetans, Uyghurs, etc., etc. And so I've always been a really strong and harsh critic of cultural relativism and how that can blind people on the progressive and leftist side of the spectrum. I'm not saying that you guys are like that. I'm just saying, like, that's, I guess, why I've always had this thing about me where, you know, when I see an issue and I believe it's an issue to do with, you know, human rights, and we all agree here that there were obviously young girls who were victimized in an atrocious way, and there's no justification for that, and what has happened to them is horrible. We all agree on that. I believe, unfortunately, that there's a sort of cultural relativism
Oh no, the game froze.
on the left where people don't want to talk.
Great. The game froze. And I don't want to play it anymore. This guy's giving a lot of fucking preamble and saying a lot of fucking nothing, isn't he? Is this guy fucking saying anything of fucking value? I just want to hear what your perspective on the fucking rape gangs is. I understand you're not a right-wing grifter. You're not going the way of the Brianna Woos, even though you like her. Things suck in Australia. Mind blown. Like, is he gonna? Are we gonna start talking about the actual fucking topic that was?
Talk about these issues. It is obviously very touchy, and obviously the far right, you know, they're the ones that often talk about China. They're often also the ones that talk about, you know, the grooming gangs. And obviously, they often have an ulterior motive where they want to use these things to, you know, attack migrants, etc. I think that if we cede the ground to these people completely, and so that they're the only ones that are talking about grooming gangs, they're the only ones that are talking about, you know, the Chinese Communist Party, you know, carrying out atrocities, etc., etc. That's a horrible, horrible thing for the left and liberals to do, because I think, unfortunately, that is what is poisoning the voters against the left right now across the Western world. issues to do with crime, issues to do with migration, issues to do with, national security, Israel, Palestine, all these things. There's always this sort of cultural relativism on the left, and people almost believe like you can't criticize people if they come from a different culture or background. And I think that's completely wrong. I believe that, the way I see what has happened in the UK with these grooming gang scandals, the mass rape that we've seen, I believe it's a cultural problem. I don't believe there's any racial differences that are leading to people raping people. I don't believe in racial differences like that. I believe it's a cultural problem. And because it's a cultural problem, if we push cultural relativism to the side and we properly address these things head on, that is the way to change this culture, rather than, allowing this all to be, race fatalism. You can't talk about this because some people are, I think you know what I mean. So yeah, let's, I've talked for a lot. I see the chat is going, Drew's a yapper, blah, blah, blah. And I also see,
This guy's yapping.
I also see that people are saying that I've been incoherent. Please give me a second, guys. I'm just warming up. It'll get better as we go on. But yeah, let's go to Lonerbox and Pisco.
Yeah, I think it's really simple. I think you lied on Mehdi Hasan, and I don't really appreciate it. That's my position. And my entire claim is that it's in bad faith, and that's what I would like to see and test if that's true. We have a tweet from Kaizen D. I don't even know who this dude is. I'll quote it. The irony of this multiculturalism, mass migration push in Europe is that it will actually produce less diversity, not more. England won't be English. Germany won't be German. Italy won't be Italian.
Can I say something, Pisco?
I mean, but I didn't interrupt you one time.
No,
but sure.
No. I'm actually agreeing with you. I will be the first to say
that you lied.
No, come on.
Okay, Beheller, where's the white grooming gangs drawn? Well, my understanding is, and again, I've never looked into this deep at all. All right, I've only heard what other people have said, or like things that were like passing news stories or something like that. Okay, so I don't fucking know. I thought that like there were white people in these fucking grooming gangs too. Like the grooming gangs, there were multiple of them, right? But there was like some that were all Arab people, and then there were some that were just like a bunch of white people and a couple of Arab people. Am I wrong on that? Like I genuinely don't know. And I also, why are we talking about this in the United States? I don't know. Like here's the thing. If there are grooming gangs and they're like, it doesn't matter what their culture is or what their race is or anything like that, they should be punished. It's not chill to rape. All right. Maybe I should switch controllers. Maybe it's just this controller that's so unbelievably fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Sensitive? He's not Jewish. Trust me, he would have used that already. All right, he would have pointed that out that he was Jewish already if he was. All right, you're fine. Is that where I'm supposed to go? The orange?
That's a strong claim. Okay. What I'm going to say is I made a mistake. I didn't read that original tweet. I'm sorry. I assumed that Mehdi Hasan. I tweeted it pretty fast. I'm sorry.
That's even worse. That's even worse. You realize that, right? Because what you're saying is
what you're saying. I'm admitting I made a mistake.
No,
can we just let Pisco give his case and then we can?
I just want to be clear.
So we actually know all the facts that we're referring to.
What you're saying is that when you said Mehdi Hasan to Elon Musk, quote, "This is your characterization. As an immigrant yourself, how can you criticize Pakistani rape gangs in Rotherham? Elon billed trillions of dollars to companies in America. What a shit argument, Mehdi. That when you were characterizing Elon, Mehdi, of having made the argument that immigrants can't criticize rape gangs, you hadn't even looked at what Elon Musk was responding to or the context of that tweet. So you didn't even give a shit enough to look at the tweet before you fired off. I mean, that's crazy, man.
Okay, Pisco, let me say this. Let me explain myself, and I'm going to explain myself. I saw Mehdi Hasan make multiple tweets in the same day. There would have been 6 or 7. You know, it was the majority of the thing. It was his main focus for the whole day, criticizing people who were talking about the rape game. And so I assumed that when he was attacking Elon Musk, that was the context behind his tweet, and that was the context behind him saying, well, Elon, you're an immigrant, so how can you criticize these immigrants? I made a mistake. I apologize for the mistake. I still think that the actual argument that, some like for
Sondsol, read this. It's interesting. Oh shit! I just realized I'm not even showing you guys the. Why didn't anybody say anything? There we go. Troubling history of UK's grooming gangs and the politics surrounding it. The United Kingdom has long struggled with the mystery or the murky history of so-called grooming gangs, which have sexually abused thousands of young girls over the years. The issue has divided UK politics. Perpetrators of several high-profile cases that garnered media attention were found to be men of Pakistani origin. With a section of politicians and public figures focusing on these cases, researchers have suggested that such ethnic framing can hamper efforts to deal with sexual exploitation of children. The debate was reignited when billionaire Elon Musk waded into the issue. It always comes back to old Elon, doesn't it? I think that edible is hit. The debate was reignited when billionaire Elon Musk waded into the issue, accusing UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer of failing to curb the menace of gangs that groomed young girls and sexually exploited them. He even called for safeguarding Minister Jess Phillips to be jailed. Oh, for safeguarding minister. What does the safeguarding minister do? The parliamentary Undersecretary of State for Safeguarding and Violence Against Women and Girls. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Pisco is baked? How do you know that? Does he say? Why would a lawyer admit to being baked on stream? His eyes? That's a bad screenshot, okay? That's a bad frame to pause on, okay? I'm high, okay? I'm baked. Jess Phillips to be jailed after she refused to sanction a government inquiry into the history of child abuse in the town of Oldham. Oldham. Phillips instead suggested that a local commission be set up along the lines of those established in Rotherham and Telford. I'm saying it that way because I know it pisses British people the fuck off. The Conservatives have criticized the ruling Labour Party, claiming they have abandoned the victims of these crimes. Critics argue that Musk has raised the issue of to target Starmer's government and bolster the far-right party Reform UK, known for its anti-immigrant stance. How rampant is the grooming gang problem? While group-based crimes account for only a small percentage of child sexual exploitation cases in the UK, the media attention and significant public concern have led to widespread deliberation in the country. Discussions have also focused on the administrative failures that have resulted in victims being seen as perpetrators or left unheard. Man, you guys are fucking battling in the fucking chat, aren't you guys? You guys are fucking battling. Corey, you don't get to say fight, fight, fight. You're one of the fighters, okay? You're one of the fucking battlers. Let's see here. What does the data show of the what the fuck? Why would they write it like this? Lock? How do you say that?
Lock.
Of the 1.15 lock sexual offenses, God, why would you just put 1.15K? Sexual offenses against children reported in the UK in 2023, as many as 4,228. Wait. 100,000. 3.7% were group-based crimes, according to data released by the police. 26% of those crimes took place within families, while 17% involved groups, including grooming gangs. Let me just open up a calculator. So 4,228 times okay, so we're looking for grooming gangs. So times 0.17. Okay, so 718 of the 100,000. Got it. Schools, religious places, community centers, and other such institutions accounted for 9% of group-based crimes. A task force set up to address grooming gangs in April 2023 by then Prime Minister Rishi Sunak arrested over 550 suspects in its first year of operation. Cases of grooming and sexual exploitation. Networks of... Oh my God, this is a long article. Okay. Networks of abusers that groom young girls have been uncovered in multiple cities in England, and adding to public concern. These quote-unquote gangs operate by befriending underage victims, often using alcohol, substances, and gifts in order to manipulate them. In most cases, the victims are vulnerable children living under state care or in broken homes. The Oldham case, which has generated fierce debate this week, refers to social media concerns between 2011 and 2014. That was more than a decade ago. Oh my God, 2014 was over a decade ago. That's rough. Regarding the sexual exploitation of children and its alleged cover-up by the town council. An independent report released in 2022, however, stated it found no evidence of such a cover-up or widespread sexual abuse at local shisha establishments or by taxi drivers. The report did point out that local authorities had failed to protect some children from grooming and exploitation. There have been growing calls from the public to expand the scope of the inquiry into the Oldham cases. In 2024, an independent review commissioned by Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham found rampant grooming and exploitation of young girls in Rochdale. It also highlighted the failure of authorities to properly investigate these cases between 2004 and 2013. 9 perpetrators were convicted, of which 8 were British Pakistani men. The report found that young girls were drugged and raped above takeaway shops. Man, I can't make that joke. Just imagine you're like, you got drugged, but you can still hear things, and you hear someone ordering a fucking Big Mac below you as you get raped. Jesus Christ. The report found that young girls were drugged and raped above takeaway shops and transported via taxis in exchange for cash. The Rochdale Review harks back to a 2014 report by Professor Alexis J., which examined the activity of grooming gangs in Rotherham between 1997 and 2013. The report states that 1,400 children, some as young as 11, were exploited during that period. It outlines how children were threatened with petrol or guns. Oh, they were going to set those motherfuckers on fire. The report points out that the majority of the victims were white girls and the perpetrators were of Pakistani heritage. Similar cases have been found in Telford, Oxford, Bristol, and other towns and cities. An independent inquiry into sexual led by Professor J was commissioned by the government in 2015 and has since published a series of reports on these cases. The reports have chronicled the voices of victims who were often blamed for their predicament or shamed after reporting their abuse. The victims have also spoken about inaction by the police and local authorities. The ethnicity question. In her 2014 report, Professor J noted that council staffers described their nervousness about identifying the ethnic origins of perpetrators for fear of being thought racist. Others remembered clear direction from their managers not to do so. When Sunak launched the Grooming Gang Task Force in 2023, he said that perpetrators had eluded justice for too long due to political correctness. In the same year, Suella Braverman, a conservative MP and then Home Secretary, how do you say that name? Suella? Swella? That's a fucking horrible name. I'm sorry. Suggested in a column for the Daily Mail that almost all of those involved in the grooming gangs phenomenon are British Pakistani men. The newspaper later clarified that she was referring specifically to high-profile cases such as Rotherham and Rochdale, adding that the perpetrators of child sexual abuse more broadly are a variety of ethnicities. The claims linking the crime to the ethnicity of perpetrators are indeed unfounded. Following Braverman's statements, a letter signed by 50 researchers warned that such assertions perpetrate misinformation, racism, and division. A report by the UK's Home Office in 2020 said there was not enough data to conclude that a majority of group-based crime offenders were Asian or Pakistani. It found that a majority of perpetrators of sexual offenses against children were white. Some studies suggest an overrepresentation of black and Asian offenders relative to the demographics of national populations. However, it is not possible to conclude that this is representative of all group-based CSE offending. This is due to issues such as data quality issues, the way samples were selected in studies, and the potential for bias and inaccuracies in the way that ethnicity data is collected. If we had some Muslim cops, it might have turned out better, but we DEI all these white cops who are scared of being seen as racist. Yeah, we need some less cowardly whites. Is that what we're saying, guys? Are we saying that the whites need to be less cowardly? Are you guys going to stand by that? Okay, we're going to... I don't know. Like, is there a better, like, discussion on this than with these three? Because, like, this Drew guy just... He's yapping a whole bunch and not saying a whole lot of anything. I'm gonna grab myself a beef jerky stick. 1 second. All right, who wants to talk about some rape gangs? I got myself 2 Genesee cream ales, a bag of fried pickles and ranch chips. I'm ready to talk about some fucking rape gangs. Yeah, let's go.
For example, I've had people say this to me over the past couple of days. They go, "Well, Drew, you're talking about the grooming gang rape thing in the UK, and you're saying that we need to address bad cultural problems in some of these migrant communities. Well, you're a migrant yourself. Isn't that hypocritical?"
I'm not saying
I've
that.
had that. I've had people say,
I
I know you're not saying that. I know. I'm not. I know you're not saying that. I'm just explaining. I'm explaining how I came to this. I'm just trying to explain to you the context. People have been saying that to me, and so what I was criticizing was that idea that, well, if you're an immigrant, you can't criticize.
So you were reflecting arguments that Mehdi. So okay, go ahead.
And I'm telling you, I apologize that I got that one wrong. It's as simple as that. I got that one wrong. And
I think it's malicious.
You can try and rake me over the coals.
No, listen. You're nice. You sound like a nice guy in how we're talking. You sound like people make mistakes. You're a young guy. But this is why I think it's more than that. Because the way you even characterized it wasn't, well, I interpreted this statement from Mehdi Hasan to be a certain way. And in the sense of,
well, that's what I'm saying though. I misinterpreted that specific attack he was making on Elon. I'm admitting that I made a mistake.
No. But what I'm saying was when you're saying, well, he was tweeting all these things against
what was he saying?
Who were condemning rape gangs. I just heard just now Mehdi Hasan on Piers Morgan's show where he called it one of the crimes of the century. He excoriated. He said it's horrible, horrific. And so I just don't know where are you getting this. It sounds like to me, this is what it sounds like. And please, I just want to finish this out. And it doesn't mean that you're irredeemable, and it doesn't mean that everyone should hate you and should dogpile you all the time, but it doesn't mean we should have clarity. It sounds like, based on what you said, you viewed him, the person of Mehdi, as being oppositional either on this issue or other issues, and being against some kind of group. And that, him being as part of that group that you identified him with, was enough to make him an enemy. And that made it so that, no holds barred, and you just went out without really justifying what you said, which is an atrocious thing to say about someone.
Look, I made a mistake in that specific tweet because I misinterpreted Mehdi Hasan's attack against Elon.
Okay, yeah, let's see. What's this other fucking link?
Look at Elon Musk.
But I can't stand fucking Piers Morgan. It's just like slop for conservatives to jerk off to. I don't like watching slop that conservatives get off to. They viciously interrupt every single fucking time the liberal speaks. They interrupt the fuck out of them. They like pose these stupid fucking questions. I would rather. There's a million things I would rather do with my fucking time. It's one-on-one. Okay. Let's see how that goes.
Look at Elon Musk. He's now posting about Islamophobia being fiction. This guy who once pretended to be a liberal has gone full hard far right.
How many white men? Well, the UK's rape gang scandal has now become a global scandal, which it always ought to have been. Elon Musk has amplified very grim details of a truly horrifying...
The peaceful conversation is good. You guys need to fucking... Okay, we're going to listen for a minute.
I had seen all his previous attacks on Elon on that very day. He was criticizing Elon for bringing up rape gangs. Not in that specific tweet. I agree with you, not in that specific tweet, but he was criticizing Elon Musk talking about
But hang on a second. But Lonerbox just did that at the start of this conversation. Lonerbox his entire introduction was, this is being done for bad faith. He's bringing it up selectively. He's trying to influence politics. And he's saying exactly what you're saying Mehdi Hasan said that led you to... That's crazy.
But Lonerbox isn't bad faith. No, but this is the thing. I know that Lonerbox isn't fake because I've seen his other positions and things. And even where I have a disagreement with Lonerbox on some things, I trust that Lonerbox is coming to it from...
I can't get Crackhead Barney on my show. I'm glad I'm too small to get Crackhead Barney on my show.
Good faith. But I've seen Mehdi Hasan in action for a long time. And there's so many different things that I agree with him so strongly on. For example, just 2 days ago was the 10-year anniversary of the Charlie Hebdo massacre. 12 people massacred in their offices. And Mehdi Hasan put out an article back then, and he said, I agree that it's horrible that these people were killed, but we need to talk about the responsibility people have not to offend. And that's just one example. I constantly see Mehdi Hasan. And for example, he knows just how bad the Russian assault on Ukraine has been. He knows that the Ukrainians currently have no ability whatsoever to assess the civilian casualties that have taken place behind Russian lines of control. So no one knows right now the amount of civilians who were killed in the city of Mariupol. No one knows. That's just a fact. But we have seen the satellite imagery of mass graves being built in that city, and there are some estimates of tens of thousands. And Mehdi Hasan, knowing those facts, because he has been a strong critic of Putin and he has been pretty good on Ukraine, knowing those facts, he still, I believe this was on Piers Morgan, it was on another episode, this was a couple months ago, he said more people have died in Israel-Palestine over the past year than have died in the war of Ukraine. He was basically saying that the civilian casualties were worse in Gaza than in Ukraine. And that's a claim that I think was very wrong-headed and
was it
actually
true?
quite
Wait, hang on. Was he saying a true fact?
No, it's not a true fact because Mehdi Hasan knows that Ukraine currently has no ability to estimate the amount of Ukrainian civilians who've been killed behind Russian lines. No one has that ability right now. So to make a conclusive statement of fact like that, and that's just one example. There are so many different examples.
But
where
I
Mehdi
don't
Hasan
understand. If you're saying that it's impossible,
in very bad faith.
So you're saying it's impossible for Ukraine to accurately estimate the number of total civilians killed in the Ukraine war, or just the ones behind Russian lines?
Well, the vast majority of Ukrainian civilians who've died in this war have died in areas that are now under Russian occupation. Like, for example, in Mariupol. Mariupol was probably the largest mass casualty event of the entire Ukraine war. And there are some estimates of tens of thousands of people being killed. That was an estimate given by the mayor of the city.
You know what I'm kind of fucking tired of? I'm tired of the people... Why is there like some sort of like competition over like how many people have died over fucking where? 420 bong hit to be in the same headspace. Dude, I actually ate like way too much of an edible a couple of minutes ago. So like, but what was I saying? Something about Drew Pavlou. What was he just saying that pissed me the fuck off?
Civilians who've died in this war have died in areas that are now under Russian occupation. Like, for example, in Mariupol. Mariupol was probably the largest mass casualty event of the entire Ukraine war. And there are some estimates of tens of thousands of people.
Oh yeah, it's like a competition over how many people are dying in like whatever fucking war. Look, I don't like what's going on over in Gaza. I don't like the fact that there's a bunch of people fucking dying over there. I also don't like the fact that there's a bunch of fucking people dying over in Ukraine. But like jerking yourself off over which one is more important based off of how many people have died is just like, which one do you like? The only reason that you're bringing this up is because you care more about Ukraine than you do about Gaza. That's the only reason you're comparing these things. It's not because, oh, well, it's so crazy to even like make this statement because like we don't know how many people have died there, but we could totally make a guess about how many people have died here. It's like, man, you're coping so hard. Just say, I don't care that the Palestinians are dying. I do care that the Ukrainians are dying. Or like vice versa, if someone wants that. Like, oh, I literally could not give less of a fuck if a bunch of Ukrainians are dying because there's a whole bunch of fucking Palestinians dying. Like, I care more about Palestine. Like, the only reason you're going to bring up the numbers of people dying and compare them between the two conflicts is because you're either having like a really good discussion or a really fucking bad discussion. And this right here is a really fucking bad discussion.
People being killed. That was an estimate given by the mayor of the city. There is satellite imagery showing, acres and acres and acres of mass graves being built on the outskirts of Mariupol. And we also know that the Russians...
But that could also be for combatants as well, right? I mean, that could be...
Nair, are you saying that Eastern Europeans are white? Because that's a controversial statement in some parts.
For combatants?
No, not necessarily, because we also know that the Russians were using mobile crematoria, chambers, etc., etc. So here is an example where Mehdi Hasan knows that there's no there's no way to currently assess between Gaza and Ukraine when it comes to civilian atrocities. And yet he still went out and he said, it's worse in Gaza. Doesn't this make you a hypocrite? This was in the context of one of his debates on Piers Morgan. And I think that's just one example of Mehdi Hasan. Many, many examples where he's arguing in bad faith. Because he knew that fact. He would know. He's very well versed on Ukraine. I've seen his previous debates on this matter, his interviews on this matter. He knows how bad Russia's atrocities in Ukraine have been. And yet,
it sounds like
knowing that there's...
Yeah. He knows how bad it's been in Ukraine, and he doesn't even talk about it enough. He doesn't even talk about it enough. Bro, just say that you care about what's going on in Ukraine more than you care about what's going on in Gaza. I mean, fuck, I probably care about what's going on in Ukraine more than I care about what's going on in Gaza. I do care about what's going on in Gaza, but I don't know as much about that region, and I don't care as much about Israel as I do about Russia. So I do care about what's going on in Ukraine more. See, it's really easy to just admit things on the internet, right? Especially if you're talking about politics and stuff. You can just say what your opinions are actually, instead of walking around and going 3 laps around the topic because you don't want to, actually say it.
Yeah. So
we don't. Wait, hang on. I'm just gonna jump in. We don't like Mehdi Hasan's positions on Israel-Palestine, or at least some of us don't. Okay, whatever. But you were suggesting earlier that he was blaming Elon Musk for talking about or having a go at Elon Musk for talking about grooming gangs. My understanding is that these tweets were on January 5th, right? The initial one about South Africa.
And look, the one that Pisco is pointed to, the tweet that I made, I admit that I got that one wrong. But there's other ones where, in the context of this, he's been like Mehdi Hasan. He says this is the crime of the century. Then, if it's the crime of the century, why is it that when I go to his feed, most of his feed right now is criticizing people who are speaking about it?
Well, let's look at the feed then and see what we can find an example of it. Because I'm looking for it now. I can share screen if you want.
Yeah. Let me
and can I also say as well? Here's another example of Mehdi Hasan. This was 9/11. Never forget that it was the destruction of Beirut by Israel in 1982 that bin Laden would later claim inspired his attack on the Twin Towers in 2001. There is such a thing as blowback, and yes, violence begets violence, terror produces more terror. That's an example where he's basically saying, it's horrible what happened, but it's a blowback.
Listen. What you're saying. I understand that you might put ultimate responsibility on Al Qaeda, but what you're saying and what Mehdi Hasan's point there is not in the scheme of political opinion. It is a common as dirt opinion that if you go around searching for monsters,
disagree with it.
Okay, you.
Did we go from talking about what weren't we supposed to be fucking talking about the goddamn rape gangs? I came here for rape gangs, and we're not talking about those right now. We're talking about fucking Mehdi Hasan and fucking Osama bin Laden, which is way off the fucking mark, in my opinion, personally.
You might strongly disagree with it, but there are people who will say, for example, that America has created its own demons by funding the Mujahideen, by its foreign expansionary wars. It creates. It's not a question of
about to start
putting guilt. It's tracking the chronology.
But Pisco, why is it that we can't just say that 22 Islamist terrorists flying full passenger jets at full speed into towers is bad without saying?
Because you want to be told things you already believe, Drew, and I believe that Mehdi Hasan thinks that 9/11 is horrific. And by the way, there's a manner in which that's said where I'll agree with you.
Yes, but
there's a manner where it's said where I agree with it, where people make it sound like America's responsible for 9/11. I agree with if that's their point, and if that's what they're and sometimes when it's said in a certain way, I'll even agree with you. But without knowing the context in which it was being said, there are a lot of people who will say and look back and say, what can we do to change to make us less vulnerable?
This was the context of when Israel. I think when he made that tweet, it was very shortly. It was very close to the pager attacks. It was in the middle of the escalation of violence between Israel and when Israel was attacking Hezbollah a couple months ago, and he said the bombing of Beirut in 1982 directly led to the 9/11 attacks. And so, his kind of perspective, what he was trying to sort of get at there was, well, if the bombing of Beirut in 1982 led to future terror attacks, well, the West is now currently backing the bombing of Beirut in 2024, and it's a lot more complex than that because we know that that Hezbollah launched attacks.
This
on
is
Israel
his point, right? And you tell me if this good faith interpretation of Mehdi Hasan's point, if you might even agree with it. So you tell me after I'm done with this whether you agree with it. That foreign interventionism sometimes has unanticipated consequences, and that a bomb today that you drop, you might not know down the line what the big ramifications are of that effect, and that when bin Laden signs his little letter to America or whatever he does, he cites that as a prime example. That is not to say that it is justified any of the or talking about any specific person. It's saying, think before you drop a bomb. Maybe this issue needs to be settled because it's been haunting us for the last 50 years.
Okay. Sure, Pisco, but Pisco.
Didn't Wick have a fucking debate panel on this? Like, I want to hear about the fucking rape gangs.
But to say that Israel can't attack Hezbollah in 2024 because that will inexorably lead to future 9/11
he has said that they shouldn't be bombing otherwise.
That's part of the implication.
Well, he does believe that Israel. He does believe that Israel is the aggressor and shouldn't have bombed Lebanon.
Grooming gangs in Britain.
And letting the dog in.
All good. Do your thing. Give me a second. Let me get these roosters in here. Get everyone.
No offense to Wick, but his panelist quality is going to be even worse than Drew and Pisco. Well, I mean, it's Connor, Dev, and Lonerbox. It's higher quality. Okay. I'm going to sleep. Sorry, Corey. You're the one that wanted to talk about the fucking rape gangs. I'm sorry. Hey, Corey, can anybody in chat remind me who was it in chat that was requesting to talk about the rape gangs? It's the rape gangs, grooming gangs in Britain, a cover up, why it happened, who is to blame, what's to be done. The people that you were mad about didn't even fucking debate about the fucking rape gangs. Wait, what's quite relevant? I was going to watch Loner talk about it. Oh, you don't have to stay. I'm not going to fucking force you to stay, but...
We are live, by the way.
You're the one that got me interested in the topic.
People can hear you. So no slurs, none of that. Yeah,
What platforms are we live on?
We're live on Twitch, Kick, and are you banned on Twitch or something?
No, just N-word with an A every now and then.
Oh.
Some F slurs every now and then.
Sure. Twitch, Kick, and YouTube is the platforms we're live on. So hi, how's it going? Lonerbox, nice to see you.
Hey, how's it going?
It's been a while. It's going well. It's a weird day today.
It is.
Talking about rape gangs.
I'm not sure which
kind
one
of weird.
of us got called a rape denialist, but one of us definitely did. I'm not sure if it was you.
Oh, I'm sure Carl was saying it about Lonerbox, but I'm just gonna say it right now. Sargon's a fucking pussy. Okay, he's a fucking pussy. He what was it? It was probably like a year ago now. I was like, hey man, like your content is largely blackpilling like normie young men and basically telling them that the world is falling apart, and I think that's fucked up. And he was like, oh, I always knew you were a fraud and a grifter. Block. Fucking pussy.
Well, he's invited on tonight if he'd like to come. I don't know him, honestly, but I think he has an interesting perspective on this. That we'll
Sargon
get
of
to.
Akkad has an interesting perspective on
start
what?
The show. If everyone's ready. Dev, are you here? Can you hear us? Is everything good on your end?
I am here. Just let me tweet out that I'm going to be on here tonight.
Okay, sure. Excellent. But yeah.
Also, hi guys. What's up?
Living
Evening.
life. I do appreciate you trying with the Sargon thing, by the way. Thanks for.
I no longer have any pull with him, I think. But oh well.
It is what it is. Okay, let's start the show. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And tonight's topic is one of the more serious ones I've done. Recently, I have seen various reports come to light, various information that I had not been aware of regarding a scandal in Britain over grooming gangs. For those who aren't aware, there was a huge issue with grooming gangs of men, frankly, raping women, raping little girls in Britain. There have been accusations that this had been covered up. There have been accusations that this was swept under the rug because of potential for causing Islamophobia and these other things. There's a lot of noise out there, basically. And I wanted to bring people together who had some information on the subject at hand to discuss what happened, why it happened, how this monumental failure came to pass, and what is, if anything, is being done about it now. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. I don't profess to be an expert in this, but I hope we can have an interesting conversation and maybe educate everyone about this. We'll find out. Lonerbox, what's going on in Britain? You're the British guy, or the Scottish guy here, but you're from Britain, right?
Yeah,
it's all the same shit.
Apparently it's been covered up, but also this is the one subset of child sexual abuse where every perpetrator is guaranteed a newspaper headline, despite the fact that there are about 6,000 plus people who get convicted of grooming and abusing children sexually every year. The only time they're ever guaranteed a newspaper headline is if they're Muslim and in a gang. That's just like part of what we do in the UK. All seriousness, the crimes are real. They're disgusting. The victims were let down by police and by counsellors. There's some truth to the fact that some of it was because people did not know how to approach ethnic issues in terms of like going after people who were Muslim. And it's a real shame that these issues and all the hard work of care workers and researchers and experts has to get basically shafted by a bunch of cowardly Sargon of blockhead racist cunts who just want to weaponize the suffering of victims for scoring political points. These people don't give a fuck about anyone who's actually getting abused unless they can cynically weaponize it for political clout. But, you know.
Okay, well, we're going to get into that, right? I've heard a lot about this Tommy Robinson fellow, and I have some questions for you all, but yeah, we'll talk about it.
I have some questions about this Tommy Robinson fellow.
No, I think that this has been...
I'm sorry. Like, I've gathered you all here today, and I guess you guys are wondering why. It's because I need to know about this... Oh, shit, I'm high and I forgot his name.
Tommy Robinson fellow, and
I need you guys to tell me about Tommy Robinson. That's the entire reason. I got some questions. He seems like a real controversial kind of guy.
I have some questions for you all, but yeah, we'll talk about it. Counterpoints, what are some of your thoughts here? What's going on in Britain?
No, I think that this has been swept under the rug. I think that if this was an American story, it would have been front page and center news. I also think that simultaneously this should be front page and center news. So if you have people who are coming in from a different country, and by the way, this is the story as far as I understand it, is that you have 25 different towns identified. You have between like a few hundred and a few thousand victims per town. The people are largely Pakistani British people who have been here for sometimes for one generation, sometimes for multiple generations. Some of these people are citizens, right? But they have effectively seduced and groomed children who are between the ages of 10 and 18 who are in the foster care system. I think we would call it in the foster care system in the United States, and then recruited them in order to be prostitutes. And then they gang raped and pimped these girls out. And so it's a failure of institutions, sure, but it's also, I would say, a failure of culture on behalf of these men that they thought that this was appropriate in any way whatsoever. And then here's the other thing, and I'll try to wrap up. I know I'm known for being verbose, but basically we have multiple failures. We have failures of the guardians at the foster care system. We have failures of the parents to care about these children in the first place. We have failures from law enforcement who didn't want to investigate the issue because they basically wrote off these kids as working class, schlubby, prostitute kids anyways. Who gives a shit about them? They're working class from the wrong side of town. And then you also have the city councils failing where they knew that.
I'm sorry, but ever since I stopped being a socialist, I mean, even when I was a socialist, I don't think anybody thinks about they're working class. Does anybody if you're a socialist, don't answer this, okay? If you're in my chat and you're a socialist, don't answer this. Do any of you guys ever look at someone and you say, that person, I can guess what their economic class is? Connor is a conservative, though? Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like the commies, I know what they're going to say. Conservatives are 50-50 on what they'd say right now. But nobody thinks about someone, oh, they're working class, therefore they're lesser. Oh, they're upper class, therefore they're better. Like, no, in your everyday life, do you guys ever fucking think like that? Upper class, working class is actually a real divide in UK society. Brits claim class is a lot more important there. Gotcha. Just another reason to hate the British.
That this was a problem, but they failed to make it an issue because they were worried about their own reputation. So final failure. Last failure was the federal government, because at least in the United States, if the local municipalities fail, then the feds step in. And here, the federal government has basically said, no, it's the municipality's problem.
A lot. We'll get to it, and I want to kind of dig into the details as we go.
Please stop calling it the federal government. By the way, we are not federal system.
Yeah,
it's Parliament.
What central? What would you call it?
It's just Parliament.
So yeah. Sorry, we'll talk about the Commonwealth's governmental organization in a bit, I'm sure.
Well, that won't help you because Canada actually is a federalized system despite having a parliament.
Well, do you guys have as bad a grooming gang issues as the UK
No, we
does?
don't. No, we don't.
Okay, good.
I guess I think your description is mostly accurate, Connor. I think you might have just left out the part where there's an explicitly racial and religious component to the grooming. Because if you read some of the transcripts of some of the court cases, you can hear them outright say, "Yeah, it's because they're white and Christian that we feel like we can do this to them."
Is that an actual thing? Like, this is one of the things that I've seen over and over again, at least when trying to research this. There's a lot of...
Is this a 2v1, 2v loner box?
noise out there. There are a lot of people, I think Lonerbox alluded to this, that say that this is being weaponized by racists, by the EDL, by others, extremist groups in Britain, in order to paint all immigrants as predators. Is there any truth to that? What do we think? Is this being overblown?
It's true. So I'll give Lonerbox a little bit of wiggle room to play with. It's true that we have prostitution and we have criminal organizations across all ethnicities and religions. So for instance, like we don't assign this level of malevolence to, let's say, Russian sex trafficking or Slavic sex trafficking, which is still like an aggressive, brutal, and violent sex trafficking organizations. We don't assign this religious component. But the reason why I think that the Western world is so repulsed by this is because we all know that those people are evil. We all know that they're disgusting and deserving of poor treatment and all that kind of shit. Whereas it seems like some of the perpetrators are cloaking themselves in religion as a pretext in which to conduct these acts, which is abhorrent.
Where are we getting this wrong, Lonerbox? What's are we on track so far? Like,
I just want to make sure we're all...
I'm sorry, I just love that. I love that segue from Wick there.
Text in which to conduct these acts, which is abhorrent.
Where are we getting this wrong, Lonerbox? Are we on track so far? Like...
He sounds so concerned. He sounds. Where are we getting this wrong, Lonerbox? It sounds like in the middle of someone's like intervention, and someone's interjecting like, what do you think this is about? Right? Oh my God.
Like, one of the reasons I brought you on is to
I just want to make sure we're all like in the same factual world. Do we all acknowledge the fact that of the total police data from the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years, Asians and white people are about equally proportionally represented when it comes to child sexual abuse offenses? Do we agree on that?
Okay, so, well, hold on. Then let's dig into the data if you have it at hand. So
dude,
is this
the draw distance is fucking dog shit in this game, dude.
Or is it per capita equal?
Yeah, per capita, yeah. That's what I mean by proportionally represented. Yeah, I can give you the...
So then going for proportional, are we taking, like, because we're talking about a wide variety of crimes, are we talking about familial pedophilia being made equivalent to criminal sex trafficking organizations? Because to me, these are two different problems.
We're talking about pedophile rings, we're talking about grooming gangs, we can talk about the difference between those groups if you want. We're talking about all child sexual abuse. The crime of child sexual abuse.
You just sent me your data, so I'll look at it while you continue.
Well, Dev, you know a lot about this data. Again, what would you say? Do you think that...
I actually haven't seen this data that Lonerbox is talking about, so I do want to see it.
Yeah, just put it in the group chat, and I guess they'll look. But let's assume that's the case.
We got data, guys.
No, go ahead. Right. It's true that they were let down by cops and by counselors, okay? We know that one of the reasons was because of mainly cops, claiming to be worried about racial insensitivity, okay? For some reason, in the year of the late 90s, early 2000s, or mid-2000s, the cops of South Yorkshire claimed to be worried about political correctness at a time when Little Britain was doing fucking blackface on primetime TV. For some reason, that was like a thing. But I don't feel like anyone ever mentions any of the other issues. The more clearly defined ones, which was the culture of victim blaming, which has been a problem with British police, particularly South Yorkshire, since at least the 1960s, probably even before, maybe even the 50s. It's also the case that there was a complete lack of communication. The reverse problem of like the ethnic issue was a lack of communication between the police and the Pakistani community. The only people they spoke to were like imams, like religious leaders who were men who didn't really care. There were Pakistani women's groups who felt disenfranchised because the authorities, the councillors, just didn't meet with them. They just didn't care. They only went for the most obvious like male figureheads. There was also the issue of complete under-resourcing. These are working class communities. There's like ridiculous statutes of limitations when it comes to making these complaints even for rapes that happened like a few years ago. There are issues with a lack of outreach. There's issues with a lack of middlemen, that there's not really any middleman for a child victim to go to between themselves and the police, right?
Well, aren't you,
because obviously
sorry,
you don't want to
real
go to the
quick,
police if you're a fucking child,
just because
right?
you're, you know, because I'm looking at data and trying to listen to you at the same time. But aren't you kind of simultaneously saying, I would almost feel like, I don't want to necessarily say contradictory things, you might be able to parse these out, but these feel relatively contradictory. So you're saying that the police were saying that they felt like they were shackled by cultural sensitivities along ethnic lines, and then you're actually pointing out the fact that they only talk to imams, they only talk to male patriarchs, they only talk to, you know, the heads of the, you know, this like separate but parallel culture. And I would say that that is probably stemming from the fact that if you talk to a woman without the man's permission within like a conservative Muslim enclave, that's going to be viewed as an insult to the man.
No, that's not why that happened. It happened because
Why not?
I just made the choice not to talk to them. Like the,
Okay,
the
well,
women
that's
tried
the
to reach out.
question.
So they saw a
Hold
woman,
on,
a hijabi, or
hold on. To Lonerbox.
I'll press on that for sure.
Yeah, in the United Kingdom, you can talk to a Muslim woman if you want. Yeah.
I have a question. I really want to know the answer because you mentioned, well, they made that choice. The question of the day is, why did they make the choice that they did not to? That's the question, right?
Probably. Okay, so I would argue it's probably for the similar reason that police officers and counselors, especially when it comes to child sexual abuse, have failed victims of all races for the last, like, for basically forever, right? Like, it's not like we are a country that had Jimmy Savile. The Prime Minister would meet with these people, and people knew there were warnings about him, and they let it go because of reputational fear, because of fear of, like, or just people who are disinterested or in victim blaming. Like, we have these problems
Who the
with
fuck
like,
is he
every child
talking
sexual
about
abuse
right
issue.
now?
We had this with the Catholic Church that lasted for like 40 or 50 or 60 years. The fucking nursery that I went to as a kid was exposed for child sexual abuse like less than 10 years ago, right? So
but if
it's
you
like,
said, but if you said that there's a cultural problem in the
What?
Catholic Church where Catholic
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck did he just say? Wait, pause. Wait, hold the fuck.
fucking nursery that I went to as a kid was exposed for child sexual abuse like less than 10 years ago, right? So it's like,
Jesus Christ, dude. That's fucking rough. That's a fucking crazy thing to fucking admit. That's
but if you said that there's a cultural problem in the Catholic Church where Catholic priests were sweeping for other Catholic priests and administrators were covering up the child sex abuse of the perpetrators, and that they were just transferring them to other dioceses as long as they signed a letter saying they would never do it again, then pretty much everyone who isn't like a Catholic administrator is going to say, yeah, that was a specific and fucked up version of child sex abuse perpetrated by the Catholic institution that had a unique cultural component that made it worse. And what it feels like, not trying to be rude or mean, but what it feels like is whenever we bring up the nuances of what's going on in this specific case, it's like, well, everybody diddles kids, or, you know, white people diddle kids too, or Europeans and Christians, they fuck kids too. So, you know, this isn't any different than anyone else getting child sex abuse, but there are differences and nuances that make this problem worse. I would say that everyone knows that a fucking pimp is a piece of shit who is profiting off of the misery of a human being. I think that it's the same way that a hate crime is worse than a regular crime. It's worse if people are sexually enslaving other human beings because they view them as, like, you know, lesser humans within their religious perspective.
Right, so we were talking about why the police and the council failed. I don't believe the police or the council failed on interacting with Muslim Pakistani women because of the internal Muslim issues. I think that was the police and the council's choice. If you want to talk about Muslim issues, then we can talk about the Muslim issue if you want.
No,
Like,
you just said something. I'm going to press you on it. So you think that let's say I'm a beat cop in Wales or London or England or whatever, and there is like a conservative Pakistani ethno-religious enclave, and I go to talk to a hijabi or a niqabi, and then I get pulled aside by an imam or a male figure, and they say, hey, listen, I know that you English people, you have your culture where you can talk to anybody, but it is not appropriate for you to talk to women or children without the consent of the male head of household. You're saying that it's the cop's fault for trying to be sensitive to that ethno-religious cultural trope.
I don't believe these people were in the same room when this happened. Like, this was.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about them. I'm talking about the
literally
cops.
just talking about the failures of law enforcement.
I'm talking about the cops choosing to go and talk to the imam, whilst women's groups separately were reaching out to them and getting ignored. They eventually got meetings, like 5-10 years into the scandal, like as it was already happening. That's what I'm talking about. If you want to talk about, but if you want me to throw you about, like, I'm just telling you what I read, okay? If you want, there are instances of the like Muslim cultural issues coming into play. For example, in Derby, one of the issues was when there were Muslim victims of these gangs, young girls. One of the reasons that they were finding it much harder to speak out was because of things like cultural shame, right? Like that's the reason that even if like a Muslim girl is getting raped, she is far less likely to talk about it than a white girl, right? Because of like internal pressures with family and all that. So yeah, that's a very valid criticism. But we were talking about the police and the council. That's why I went there. Right?
Okay, I'll throw you a bone for failure. So it was the most popular one. You would have to tell me the city's name, but I would recognize it. But whatever the one that Oldham, Chesham, who fucking knows, right? But the point is that within that city, they had estimated it was literally like 2,400 potential victims over the course of like a decade or two. And there was a local representative volunteer who was working with the foster kids, and it was in a specific diversionary program trying to keep child prostitutes and drug addicts and gangsters out of the grips of local gangs. And the police gave her a reporting line on which to report like the graphic and grievous sexual offenses that she was encountering while interviewing children. No law enforcement officer ever read the reporting line. They created it as a black hole with which to throw the reports of child sex abuse within this community because nobody actually wanted to deal with it. So if we want to call those cops in particular fucking rabid pieces of shit for knowing that this was going on and failing to address it, I'll grip hands on that one.
Grip?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's the issue. Like, barring the cases where you've had a few cops and councillors saying that they were worried about ethnic issues, everything else is something that just seems to be shared across all CSA cases.
Well,
everything else, every other issue just seems to be the lack of care for victims and everything. Yeah.
This is to counter into Dev here, right? Because this is something I've heard a lot. That cops saying, well, we're just really, we didn't want to like offend, we didn't want to cause some troubles in that way. We were afraid of being accused of racism, etc.
Is it actually like is England so cucked? I guess they'll talk about this in the debate, but like is England actually so cucked that like oh, it's the fucking game. I was like, what was that man's voice? What the fuck? But like, are they so cucked that they're like scared of like arresting different ethnicities? Yes. Oh, Jesus. I've never been to England. If you can't keep up with the conversation, that's on you. Develop your reading comprehension skills. Bro, I'm high. Give me a fucking break. I'm listening. I'm not reading shit. Oh, got you. Oh, never mind. Sounds like a UK problem. There's a lot of problems in the UK, okay? First off, they got a lot of British people there.
Isn't that like just covering up what they did, like making excuses for their multi-mental failures? That's what it sounds like to me, right? Like they know they fucked up and they're saying, it was woke. Woke did it, right?
No, I agree with you there. The problem though is that sorry, I'm going to the ethnicity page because it actually took me a while to find it. Okay, so I agree with you that there's a failure in law enforcement, but within the structure of the United States, which we have a federal society, I will be happy to be enlightened on the Commonwealth system. Is we have cities, counties, states, federal, right? And so as a result of having that system, when the cities fail, the counties will sometimes step in and clean shop. When the counties fail, the state will step in and clean shop. When the state fails, the feds will step in. And so we have this redundant system where we have uncovered horrible negligence and horrible crimes committed by law enforcement officials, but there's always a next step to go to hold people accountable. And what I've seen from news reports is effectively that people have gone to the central government multiple times saying this is out of control at the municipal level. They are not dealing with these criminal organizations. They are not dealing with these grooming gangs. And then the central government is saying it's a municipal issue.
Are you talking about the? Wait, are you talking about
I'm talking about Jess Phillips.
You're talking about Kennedy, who called for an inquiry.
Enlighten my audience on who this is and what they've done. So
okay,
know, right?
No, so Kemi this was Jess Phillips responding to the Tory lady, Kemi Badenoch, who was saying that there should be a national inquiry, right? And Jess said that this particular one was being handled. The council didn't handle it. The council requested it, and independent experts are coming in to investigate them. Yeah, there wasn't. We had an inquiry. We had it 2 years ago in 2022. They gave 20 recommendations. Do you know how many of them were implemented by the Conservative government under Kemi?
0.
Yeah, 0. And only now we're hearing about this current government, who are, I guess they're talking about working to implement it. We'll see. But Yeah, Kemi doesn't give a fuck about an inquiry at the national level. She's using it for fucking clout, right? She's using it to troll.
Well, hold on. No, that doesn't mean that you don't give a shit. I don't know this person personally, so I don't know what their characters or virtues are. But at the same time, people actually can be totally pissed off about this. And on top of that, you're kind of admitting that there's a structural issue here because you have the national inquiry, you have the recommendations that were put to the government, and then apparently there's been no action on it since. So there's this massive gap here where you have cities working for municipalities not wanting to take a reputational hit, so they're willing to sweep these crimes under the rug, and then you have the central government getting recommendations because of all the failures and then failing to implement them. So if anything, you're kind of telling me that these structural issues exist and are worse.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we switched governments like six months ago, right? Like, so this inquiry was ignored for 2 years by the Conservative government, and just now, like, we've heard from Labour that they're like working.
But you also understand people are trying to pass the baton back to Keir Starmer because he was like the head of prosecutions from 2008 to 2013 at the central level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if he cared about this issue, then that was kind of at the pinnacle of when this was happening.
Why? Because thank you for the link, Dev. Right? You've linked me the inquiry letter and stuff. I'm reading that this was just rejected. They've rejected any inquiry into this. Why?
What, the one that they want to happen right now?
This was from January 2nd, 2025. So yeah.
Yeah, because we have their inquiries. The inquiry's there. The inquiry's 2 years old now. The 20 recommendations that haven't been implemented by the Conservative government. Like, Labour supports the inquiry from 2 years ago. We don't need more inquiries. We need action. Like, that's what they need.
Say action.
So Wick, for the
implement the recommendations of the inquiry, to strengthen the councils, to give people training, to have better.
Oh wait, hold on. So they have done an inquiry that gave recommendations for what to do about were the implement recommendations and do inquiry? Wait, hold on. Now, Corey, now I'm against you. I don't understand the logic. Explain it to me. All right. The inquiry is not full scope. Well, it came away with 20 recommendations. What actions do you think they need to include in these that are not being included? Right? Because if you're saying the inquiry was not full scope, you're saying that there is something in there, something about the data that would point us towards saying, hey, we need to add a 21st recommendation, right? You can do both. The victim's representative wants it. I mean, I'm not sure if that's what matters, actually. Like, I think that actually doing something matters. And you're saying you can do both, but like, how many resources are you gonna have to devote towards that before people are satisfied with the answers? It's about the fucking victims? I'm sorry, what if it cost literally $1 trillion? I know this is obviously not going to cost $1 trillion, but I'm just saying, like, well, it's about the fucking victims. So if the cost was $1 trillion to do this fucking monumental feat, let's assume, all right, just for like the hypothetical, would you say that it's about the fucking victims then? And that everybody needs to starve? And then it will be funded grassroots? What the fuck do you mean? Then it will be funded grassroots. Where are you going to get $1 trillion grassroots? Worst hypothetical ever? Listen, I'm high, okay? I'm not going to make any fucking excuses for it, all right? I've already forgotten what the fucking hypothetical was. $1 trillion. We're demanding an investigation. Would it still be? Yeah, would you still say it needs to happen? Yeah. Oh, man. The government doesn't want to fund it because they are complicit in it? Accountability? Okay, I'm going to go help my girlfriend connect her mouse to her computer. Something's fucking something's fucking crazy with that computer in there. Okay. Something's wrong with her mouse. So you're going to type out what you mean. Like the government doesn't want to fund it because they are complicit in it. What did they miss in the initial investigation that you think they will uncover with a further investigation? Like, what do you think a second investigation is going to reveal? That's what I want to know. All right. Like, totally good faith. I'm not being a pedophile defender or anything like that. I just want to know. I don't understand it. Like, it sounds like they've got everything that they need. Just pull that ripcord and stop the raping. That's what I think. That's my opinion. All right. Okay. I'm going to go help my girlfriend real quick. All right. Can't wait to read this answer. You support white genocide. Wait, who said that? Inquiries are useless. The UK government is openly protecting pedophiles and hostile to its native population. What the fuck are you talking about? It will obviously have more people in the data set because I think it was a relatively small set of data in the J inquiry, and to also look at it based on the hate crime scope. I don't care what the British do with their fucking money, but they should probably stop the raping. And it sounds like they got 20 proposals and they can just like do that, right? So like, feels like that's the obvious and simple conclusion to take. Yeah, it's British people doing the rape, sure. Well, I mean, wait, do I still have the calculator up? Yeah. Of the 115,000 rapes to kids in the UK in 2024, 718 of them were the rape gangs. No, wait, no, that's the amount of victims from those gangs. That's not the total amount of crimes. So there's probably a lot of British rapists. I don't think that that's a hot take, okay? We all know what the British are like. But I don't know what the statistics in that country are. There's probably rapists of all shades and hues. But are you saying that no Brit is a rapist? Because we know that that's a lie. The rape gangs are simply not being prosecuted. We know this. We don't know this. That's why we're listening to a conversation about it, because we have never looked into this before, basically ever. And also, wait, no, we were reading an article earlier, and yeah, we read this article, and it seems like there were rape gangs that were prosecuted. It talked about them. The British aren't forming organized rape gangs. Some of them are. Which is fucked up. Some of them are. Yeah, some of them are British. Some of them are British Muslim or Muslim or whatever the fuck. How are you doing? I'm actively losing brain cells. Okay, yeah, you know what? We'll just keep watching the video and playing the game. All right. I'm just asking questions. Shreknocrat US. God, I can tell that you're probably like super racist. But like Shreknocrat US is such a good name. I almost want to give you a pass on it. You know? There are some usernames that are just so Shreknocrat US. Yes, I'm pro-white. Oh, you know what? This is the best night of my entire life. Okay, let's keep going.
I can go through the recommendations if you want. I don't suppose you guys have seen any of that going around on Twitter.
No, I mean, like
I do want to go through the
If you want to enlighten the audience, go ahead.
Yes, please, because my audience probably doesn't.
Can we just pause? Can we just pause to appreciate how interesting it is that for all the fucking yap about this shit, that I don't think any of these cunts, Sargon, whatever, could tell you one of these recommendations, let alone 20. Can we acknowledge? Can we just sit in that for? Okay, thank you.
He's welcome to come on and prove you wrong. By the way, if Sargon, if you want to get the own right now, you can jump backstage. I'll pull you in, and you can tell.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So wait, like one of the recommendations is like one of the quite bold ones actually is that they want to make it a crime if you are in a specific job that involves working with protected people like children. That it's actually a crime for you not to file a report if you see a risk or indications of child sexual abuse. They want to make that a new law. They want to appoint a new government minister for child sexual abuse. They want to. For past cases, they want to have like a like a compensation mechanism in place so that people can be compensated for the times when they were let down by the system. They want to. Do you know one of the other problems when we talk about gathering data on grooming gangs? One of the reasons that the Home Office found that it's really difficult to get data on that specific crime is because everyone defines it differently. There's no set. It doesn't exist in criminal law. It doesn't exist in the courts. Like it doesn't exist in police records. So one of the things as well is to actually have common definitions for each subset of child abuse that can be shared across the country to make collection of data easier, and also to strengthen all these institutions at the more local council level so that kids actually have somewhere to go if there's a problem, and so that workers who notice problems can go somewhere as well. Yeah, there's like 20 of them in the 2022 inquiry. They're quite clear. There's like a shortened version of it and everything.
Okay, so actually, I have a question which might drag us back a little bit, but I do think it's important.
Go ahead.
So you were saying that there was
bronze
parity
medal, y'all,
between the ethnic groups and the sexual abuse suffered by these groups.
Barely near.
No, I'm talking about perpetrators, like convictions. So there are 6,000 something convictions every year, and racial groups are proportionally represented.
Okay, I'll look for perpetrators.
Fair enough. I want to hear some of Dev's thoughts on this one. Kind of get him in here. From what has been said in your research, you sent me quite, and I appreciate this. You sent me a
we're
lot
the
of
fucking
video,
snow speeder guys. Are y'all ready?
You sent me a lot of links to the information on this. Are we missing anything? What are we missing here? Right?
It doesn't seem like you're missing much. The issue is that when it comes to the UK, I tend to hang around in more right-wing circles. I don't know that many left-leaning people in the UK, with the exception of you, Lonerbox. You're like the only one, basically. So a lot of the news that I get, at least on social media, is from right-leaning figures. And I guess my question is, I'm wondering why this is all blowing up right now, because in the right-leaning sphere of the UK internet, people have been talking about this for like 10 years. Like a lot of this is old news. I wonder why it's going viral right now.
Do you know my answer to that? Like, you're not going to like my answer, but it's fucking
go ahead.
Okay? Yeah. It's because these people don't have a shitload of media access, and they don't give a fuck about child sexual abuse unless it's being done by Muslims. That's it. That's all it is.
Well, okay, but like, why is it going viral now specifically? Like,
there was the inquiry. I think so. Every now and then, for these old cases, like so Oldham, I think in Manchester, which is an older case, I think a recent report came out about that, right? And then also because Kemi Badenoch called for an inquiry, I guess, and Elon Musk has obviously been talking about it on Twitter and retweeting Tommy Robinson.
Okay, yeah. It's just whenever Elon talks about something, it just blows up right now. So I guess that's probably why. Yeah, because a lot of this is kind of old news. Like I've read a lot of these reports like 2 years ago. It's like, oh, I'm surprised we're talking about it now.
Yeah, because what happens is
Bro, I
professionals
can't
will
see
write
shit
reports
in
and they'll
this
issue
fucking
recommendations, and
game.
then no one knows what those recommendations are, and they just get mad and call for stopping immigration or whatever. Yeah, I think it's also maybe because Keir Starmer made a noise about the Conservatives. He blames them for the increase in immigration. I think our net migration was the highest it's ever been in the last year. It was
Yeah,
like
I want to read that
900,000.
quote.
So yeah,
I want to read that quote to people because I think it's interesting, right? And I want to hear everyone's thoughts on this. Again, full disclosure, Dev did share this with me, so credit to him. Let me get it up real quick. Blah 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 blah. He says this.
I can't see anything.
He says, in a speech from Downing Street, Sir Keir said, failure on this scale isn't just bad luck. It isn't a global trend or taking your eye off the ball. No, this is a different order of failure. This happened by design, not accident. Policies were formed deliberately to liberalize immigration. Brexit was used for that purpose, to turn Britain into a one-nation experiment in open borders.
Now, I will say, every single right-leaning figure that I followed immediately jumped on this quote because it's.
These guys also act as if white people having in-group interests is inherently bad. They don't hold this same standard for anyone else. I just think that the in-group preference thing is like so overblown. And I think that the in-group preference could be just about anything that you fucking want it to be. All right? Like, I think that the in-group for me is American. I love Americans, and all the other ones are fucking cringe. Those other countries are fucking losers. Let me see here. Do you think if we put Neuralink chips on monkeys, we could understand their thought process? If we could do it, if we could, would it be ethical to use them as simple labor as we can? Dude, I want a fucking chimpanzee fucking little butler with a Neuralink. You are in the minority. Oh, so I'm in the out group to you, huh? I guess the skin ain't for fucking nothing, is it? Well, so far the monkeys just try to check out existence when they have a chip. Ugh. No, I'm not saying no, you guys are misunderstanding me. No, wait, hold on. No. I just realized you guys are understanding me. But you're saying I said that I do have in-group preference, but then you said that I don't have in-group preference. I guess for you guys, in-group preference just means that you're racist. Is that what it fucking means? I mean, I don't fucking know. I'm just like spitballing here based off of y'all's responses to what I said. But it seems like you guys are saying, oh, yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Fucking. Why? Listen, I told you guys, I ate way too much of an edible. Okay. I'm really fucking high. You can't fucking talk in lyrics and poems to me. Okay. Just fucking say it so I can fucking understand. Don't make me fucking try and use my fucking thought process, fucking retard. Jesus Christ. The fuck do you think you're talking to right now? Bitch. I'm gonna eat a mint. Yeah, Nair, I understand you. I am just racist. Racial in-group preference. Yeah, I just think that, like, that's stupid. Yeah, personally. I mean, I understand why people, like, say that they have it. I hear the words that you're saying, and I understand the, like, language. But, like, the thought process, fucking alien to me, dude. I just don't fucking get it. Racism implies superiority. Yeah. Now, I like being in a community that I can relate to. I mean, yeah, me too. That's why I said that I have in-group preference. But, like, never met a Mexican or a black that I couldn't get along with. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really have a problem with that, like, at all. Like, it is fucking baffling to me that other people do, because you can just, like, talk to people. Like, I'm talking to you right now. Obviously, you're typing, so you're not talking. But, you know, like, I'm talking to you right now. It's, like, pretty easy to fucking do. You do love I love all people, Baylor. Okay? I love all people. See what Nair just said. Now that's racist. Okay, I gotta stop talking about this. I'm gonna say something I'm gonna make a joke that's not okay with Twitch. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree on like basically any premise of that striking a crap, but like, you know, live and let live. You know, some of us like to live our lives normally and some of us like to live our lives racistly, right? So the smallest minority on the planet? I am absolutely 1,000,000% sure that I could find a smaller group of people than whites. I'm pretty sure I could find a like any segmentation of like of the population I could make would be smaller than the whites. Like, are you fucking stupid? No, I just don't think that like race is like important at all. I think that people that put a lot of importance on race are really fucking cringe. So when you say it's just racism, you destroy the nuance of in-group preference. Wait, hold on. I literally asked. Wait, when you guys are saying this, you guys literally just say, you guys just mean like being racist, and they said yes. So I'm not just saying it's just racism. They're saying it's racist. They're like saying it with their chest, which is fine with me. Like, I'm fine with it if you say it with your chest, but just like, don't say that, oh, you're saying it. He literally said yes. You want to remove the right of self-determination from a single race? No. Anti-white racism, simple as, nah, you're a racist. I don't think so. No, you say it's racist? Yeah, I say it's racist, and you also said it's racist, you know? Watch Jared Taylor talk to Richard Hanania. Man, it's 7:40. Oh, man, it's only fucking 7:48. God, I thought it was like 11 p.m., dude. We got a lot of time to go, dude. You're bending the definition of racism to fit your warped view? Bro, I'm using like the most colloquial definition of racism I could possibly imagine. I don't do all of the fucking weird like power plus prejudice, white people can't, or like black people can't be racist shit. Like, I'm not doing any of that shit. I just mean like the very basic sense. Like, sound pretty fucking racist. And like in the most like baseline fucking like second grade level understanding of the word racist, that's what it sounds like to me. Right? Racism doesn't mean anything important anymore. Thank you, progressives. Well, you know, now I've explained my definition of racism to you, and that's the definition I'm running with for basically the entirety of the continuation of my stream. So are all pro-minority groups racist to you? I would have to think about that when I'm a little bit more sober. I can see a case for certain minority things, like religious minority. Like if you're in a place where you're gonna get like absolutely fucked by the legal system, right? NAACP, well, that was founded at a time where like I would see that they were getting absolutely fucked by the legal system. So I think at that point it's probably a lot more justifiable. Yeah. I want to play my fucking Nintendo 64. Okay, I spent a lot of time setting this up to play this on stream today.
It's the perfect red meat for them, you know.
Yeah,
yeah,
how
it's like
accurate is
Angela
this?
Merkel talking about how mass immigration was a failure.
Yeah, Starmer's a bit of a troll, isn't he?
Well, is he trolling or is he accurate? That's what I'm trying to figure out, right?
I mean, he's obviously
also,
he's obviously trying to use right-wing rhetoric, right? Like he's obviously doing that on purpose to fuck with them or whatever. Yeah, like. He's exploiting the fact that like net migration's been insanely high, I guess, since the
bro. If you think that I only condemn whites, you have
he's just making a weapon.
Obviously,
I don't know what he
never
plans
watched
to do
my stream
because
before.
it's harder to get EU workers in. A lot of people left after Brexit. I don't know what he plans to do, but we'll see.
Okay, so I've been a little bit distracted because I've been scrolling through your data set, so I wouldn't mind taking a look at it. But I think the clarity that I would be looking for, so there's something, I think it's the FBI UCR, somebody can correct me on the acronym, but it's effectively like a broad categorization of reporting from a lot of the municipalities, and while it's not 100% accurate, you can identify broad trends, right? And they have like crime, they have crime by offender, they have, all the subcategories, they have battery, they have assault, they have robbery, they have rape, they have, molestation. They have all these different crimes, like broken down by different categories of
Why is
offense.
this just a quick
my
question? Where did you
issue-
post this data? I'm looking for it, Lonerbox, in the group chat.
I'll give it to you. Hang on.
Oh, please, because
So-
I want to link
I'm
it.
just saying, if you're looking for data on specific subsets of child sexual abuse, especially group abuse, you're gonna have a really hard time finding it.
Well-
You'll find studies that have numbers. Happy to get into it. They'll all say, yeah, this is really limited. Most police centers didn't even get back to us. Data's fucking all incomplete.
Right.
And there's like half the time they
So-
log in. Yeah.
So if we look at the data set that you provided, then what I'm seeing is that the child sex offense, whatever, correlates with the populations pretty closely, and if anything, the white population is higher. Now, the question that kind of begs is like, is there an underreporting issue? Because you basically have like a 2 or 3% reduction in like conviction within the black community and the Asian community in the UK, which is like odd because you would think that if it was proportional, it would be proportional, right? But anyways, underreporting aside, like we are talking, there are multiple kinds of offense that are under sex crimes that I think are worth calling out, and the reason why this is so visceral is because it's a specific form of crime. So if a family member sexually abuses another family member, obviously bad, put him under the jail, kill him, whatever, throw him in the wood chipper, et cetera, means, right? However, if there is a organized ethno-religious group that is sexually enslaving another ethno-religious group because they view them as a lesser form of human being, not only does that offend our sense of propriety around sex, but it also offends our senses of propriety around ethno-religious relations. And not only does it offend our sensibilities around that, but these are people who are not, indigenous to Britain, unless you consider the past 100 years of immigration as them being local. And then as a result, it's like, okay, we bring you into our fucking country. We make you a part of our community. We make you a part of our social tapestry. And the way that you reward us is by sexually enslaving people in our community and viewing them as lesser human beings. That's why it's so repulsive.
Right. I'm trying to think of there's like 3 ways to ask this question.
Jesus Christ. That was a hell of a rant. Sounds like UK sucks at vetting rapist immigrants and sucks at helping them integrate. The Muslim majority area I live near has never had Muslim gang problems. America W. Yeah, never met a like rape gang Muslim ever in my life. Maybe that'll finally make me racist if I finally meet one. But I haven't met one, so that's not going to happen. I don't think so. The likelihood of that happening seems incredibly fucking slim. Like, I don't know. These people, like, I don't know why it is that people get that way, that the fucking Shreknicrat guy is just like, yeah, obviously it's a totally natural thing to be racist. I mean, it's not really like it's really not. It's not a terribly unique thing, but it's not natural, right? And when I say unique thing, like usually you'll hear a bunch of like racist jokes or racist things like as a kid. I certainly did, and then repeat those things, and then either you don't think that you're racist or you think that those things are true and you just don't like black people that much, right? And I would rather people just like admit that. It's so irritating to get through the conversation, and it's like, okay, you sound really racist to me personally. And like, I'm not racist. I just don't like black people that much. It's like, well, that sounds like a racist thing to say. And they're like, no, it's not racist. It's just in-group preference. And then we're like, oh shit, Wick TV just rated the channel with 13 viewers. I am so glad that you guys missed. I'm so glad it wasn't 30 seconds earlier. I said something really fucking stupid. How are you guys doing? We're watching a Wick panel. What do you know? We were just talking about racists like Wick. Oh shit. Hey, yeah, it's him. Yeah, Wick loves all people, everyone. I just want you guys to know that. He actually messages me like on a regular basis. He's like, hey, Sondsol, I just want you to remember, like, hey, I'm not racist, Sondsol. I just wanted you to know. And he just wants to make sure that I know. And I do know. Wick is the least racist person that I know. Welcome to my stream, Raiders. I am incredibly fucking high. By racist, do you mean one who is passionate about racing? No, a big fan of the RuPaul Drag Race show. We call those racists. Check DMs. Oh shit, you guys are never going to believe. I'm leaking DMs. Wick just sent this to me. Oh, man. Super brutal. Super brutal. Oof. You linked us to a stoner? Not usually. I usually hate getting high on stream. But today I decided to play the Nintendo 64, and it doesn't feel like you can play the Nintendo 64 without being a little bit... So here we are. Anyways, let's listen to this panel about rape gangs some more.
Is it worse when foreigners do it?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how to deal with that. Like,
why is it?
You're aware that you bring an immigrant group into a country. Like, some of them are going to commit crimes. Some of them are going to commit horrible crimes.
Sure.
Okay,
so let me tell you why. Because Wick here asked why.
Yeah.
It's because oftentimes in Western countries, let's just be real, the West is rich, right? Proportionally rich, right? So it's nice. There's relatively low crime. There's relatively decent social cohesion. There's decent access to education. There's decent access to economic opportunity. So overall, like, Western countries tend to be doing well. And when we look at the people that we allow in as immigrants, refugees, etc., oftentimes they are escaping much more dire circumstances. And there's no moral compulsion for the Western world to take these people in, but they do, because there is an economic benefit, right? There might be a social benefit, there might be an economic benefit, whatever. So these people are coming from dire circumstances, they're moving to a much improved position, and then they are choosing to spit in the eye of the society that is hosting them. So this is like, I invite you into my home, you were homeless 30 seconds ago, and instead of being like, oh yeah, hey, thanks for having me in, thanks for taking me in from the cold, let's eat together, let's make a productive household, I'm happy we're roommates now, you instead choose to spit in my fucking eye. That's what it is.
I mean, we can stop immigration. Or
you could, but
else?
that's probably stupid. That's probably what Sargon of Akkad would say.
Yeah, so here's another issue I have. My understanding, maybe I'm wrong, most of these offenders are second generation, right?
Sure.
Okay. Like, they're born here. They're our problem. You know, they grew up in our education system, in our community.
Well, I agree with you. We shouldn't, especially citizens, we shouldn't deport. If anything, listen, I'm just going to be real here, okay? I'm not live, and I hope this is in terms of certain. Well, actually, you know what? I'll just stay away from that.
I'm live. Please don't.
Jesus Christ, Connor.
So no, I would mandate very harsh public sentencing for these crimes, like to the point of like life imprisonment, capital punishment kind of shit. Like that's where I'm at. So the fact that you're like, oh well, you know, locals do it or whatever, or you know, you don't know how to deal with that, the fact that they're second generation. Well, I think you and I have been in this game long enough that we've probably both read the study that said that second generation immigrants oftentimes have like radicalization problems because they have an identity crisis that is worse than the first generation and the third generation. The first generation know what they're coming from, and so as a result, they might even have a preference for their new host society. The third generation is acclimated to their environment, but the second generation has an identity crisis where oftentimes they will cling to a society they never even knew because they feel like they have to in order to have a sense of identity.
If I may, and this is a question mostly to Lonerbox, but I'm curious what you guys would think too. And this is coming from an American who...
This guy thinks there should be two different rules of law depending on your immigration status. Is that what he's saying right now? I'm not entirely sure. He's mostly just talking about the emotions and how he feels about it.
Isn't very familiar with British politics, isn't very familiar with British... I'm admitting that up front, so maybe this is a stupid thing to observe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. It seems to me like you guys have a huge problem with assimilation, right? So you're getting the foreigners in, you're getting the immigrants in. Second, third generations, they aren't becoming part of your culture anymore. They're just not assimilating.
How are they not becoming part of the culture?
Well, it's not. Well, they're making gangs of groomers to...
Well, based on this conversation so far, Corey, it doesn't seem like there is a cover-up. Nobody's making that claim, it doesn't sound like. Well, fuck. Let me go back. Let me hear what he says again. Maybe I'm just high and I missed it. High and stupid.
The first generation know what they're coming from, and so as a result, they might even have a preference.
He talks about the generations, right? But I don't know if he's talking about like more severe punishments.
Integration issue.
I get your meaning, and I would bite the bullet that America also has some issues, perhaps. But again, that's a lone individual is a substantive difference, and I think that what happened here. I don't think they're one for one. Right?
I would point the fingers at some Islamist and jihadist organizations and propaganda. That's where I would point the finger.
I was going to probably argue that driving around in a car with a fucking spoiler and doing that thing that makes it pop every now and then, and enticing girls into your car with fucking alcohol whilst drinking alcohol yourself and smoking weed and shit. I don't really know if they brought that part from Pakistan, right? That's like a...
Okay, yeah, but did they bring the part where they douse girls in fucking gasoline and threaten to fucking murder them with fire? Because I'm pretty sure I can go find some Pakistani news articles about honor killings and sexual slavery involving intimidation similar to that.
Yeah, my understanding is most of these crimes were like, it was enticing them with like drugs and alcohol, right? Like finding people on the streets, you're in your car, you pick them up and you like offer them fucking gifts and shit. Like, I thought, wasn't that the gist of how they reel people in? And like,
well, yeah, that's how they reel people in, but how do they retain them? They were retaining them through threats of violence and homicide.
Okay. And this is like a culturally specific thing? Do like pedophile groups white pedophiles not do this as well?
I have no fucking idea because I can't point to another pedophile organization that kidnapped dozens of foster care children, pimp them out to other people along ethno-religious lines, and then threaten them with homicide.
Yeah, but why
I don't know of one.
Case. Yeah, but why is that the case? We have like thousands of these cases, people convicted every year. We've had like
well, then it should be actually fairly easy for you to identify a white organization that does this.
I've got like a pedophile gang here that raped a bunch of fucking babies and posted it online. Like,
no. As a matter of fact, I'll make it more specific.
That was
an
bad
organization. I would say,
can this guy
I would say the
please
Russian
die?
mafia is probably the closest thing that I can come to. But a criminal organization that kidnaps teenagers, plies them with drugs and alcohol, uses the lover boy method in order to recruit people, and then threatens them with homicide if they leave the organization.
Okay.
I mean, like honestly, like the only thing that I can think of is Slavic Russian criminal organizations. That is the only organization that I can think of that is similar.
So we get it. Counterpoints hates Arabs and Eastern Europeans. Right? Is that what we're getting here?
I mean, like honestly, like the only thing that I can think of is Slavic Russian criminal organizations. That is the
he hates Eastern Europeans and fucking Arabs. Okay. Now I understand why this guy's a fucking conservative. Now I fucking get it. I understand it now. I see into his mind, motherfucker.
Only organization that I can think of that is similar.
We've got pedophile gangs in Glasgow that was pimping people out in a fucking drug den. 7 white dudes. Victims feared attackers could turn them into cats and dogs. Apparently, they pretended to be fucking spellcasters or some shit. Okay.
Wait, what?
Christ, what is this, a commentary community video?
I can send you the thing. Hang on. I'm just saying, like, that's the reason you're not hearing about these particular crimes is that we have groups that do this quite a bit. It's just that you don't get headlines. You're not guaranteed a headline unless you're fucking Muslim. Like,
okay, so Lonerbox, the reason why I'm pushing back on you
okay, maybe
is because...
give me until tomorrow. I'll find you a story of like what you just said. What they pimp them out. They pimp them out and they threaten to kill them if they
threaten them with homicide. And by the way, I'm sure so for instance, I can give you examples. I can give you examples in the United States. I can give you examples in Europe. Okay, so I already know that Slavic and Russian criminal organizations will recruit Ukrainian prostitutes, and then, well, not just Ukrainian, but Slavic prostitutes, and they will promise them like lucrative modeling contracts. They'll probably use the lover boy method as well, and then once they get to the country, they effectively sexually enslave them and then threaten them with homicide and steal their passports. So I know these criminal organizations exist. However, these criminal organizations, they do not have the backing of religion. Or cloaking of religion. They also don't have like an impenetrable community wall that people can't get through. Like these things aren't tolerated in other communities. So when it's said, like, hey, there was a ethno-religious sensitivity here that allowed the crime.
I'm pretty sure that the Russian mafia probably has some sort of way of coercing people such that they are too... Fuck! I'm so mad.
Crimes to get worse without being checked. That's a fucking problem.
Again,
hold on, just
okay, wait, hang on.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. I want to give Lonerbox a chance to speak, but I have one thing. Like, Lonerbox, you said that they won't get headlines if they're not Muslim. Yeah, but don't their cases get solved? And isn't one of the issues here is that the whole gang rape thing? How long did this happen? 20 years?
Decades?
10 years? right?
It was like 12 years, 14 years, 15 years, yeah. But again, this is like the Catholic Church was 40 years before it was uncovered. Like,
that was a huge scandal that we reported on.
Hold on, no. This is a point. This is a point. Anyone who is not a Catholic administrative apologist is going to say there were specific cultural, structural issues that made the pedophilia and the abuse worse. And I can't really get that from you. And by the way, like, I'm not saying like you have to do this for me to care. Like, I still respect your opinion and shit. However, whenever it comes to like Muslim grooming gangs, it's always like, well, everybody's a pedophile and everybody does sex abuse and everybody does this and everybody does that. That would be like the Catholic Church getting
Okay, I understand both fucking sides of this shit, dude. Like, actually though, because like Connor is making a good point when we're talking about a specific thing, and now we have to talk about how everyone does this bad thing, and we can't like focus on the bad thing here. But then like Lonerbox also has like a really good point. This is to Lonerbox's point, and this is kind of where I lean. It seems like is there a specific problem in that community that shows that there is a like a specific thing that's showing in that community that there's a problem with rape gangs, or is this just like a small segment of child sexual exploitation that is being bumped, and it seems like it's being bumped up for political points, right? We call it trafficking in the U.S. Well, we're talking about, listen, this is happening in England, okay? We don't have shit like that happening in the United States, all right? Everything here is super, super good, super dandy. There's no crime or sex crimes ever, okay? We're talking about Britain's problems. Let me see here. I don't hear these dudes advocating Muslim women to go get the pap smear because they tend to not get them as it's taboo to some of them. They don't care about... okay. Sorry, that's something that would have never occurred to me because I thought about pap smears once, and that was when I learned about them in high school during sex ed, and then I never thought about another pap smear in my life. Like, for the people that are on the other side of this, right, on Connor's side of this, like actually, is this enough of a large problem specifically within this community that necessitates a global check DMs? What is wrong with you people? Okay. You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. What was I saying? If people don't take it seriously, people will vote for who do. But that's like the question. Like, should it be taken seriously as like a fucking global fucking news story? You know, like that's the question that I'm asking. Is it? I sent you something. Check your mailbox. Bro, don't do that to me right now, okay? Don't do that. That's just so fucking rude. For people who see it as a priority, well then, like, here's the thing. You have to kind of balance the idea of kowtowing to these people, and then like also the harm that kowtowing to these people would do to the community that everyone's saying like, oh, it's racist. Like, this is something that you do have to take into account. Like, sure, maybe we should like pay attention to enough to it, like say like, okay, we've looked into it and there's nothing there, or there's something there and these people are getting punished, and look, we were the ones that did it, right? There's something to that, but there's also something to saying this is a like totally out of proportion story that is making people hate Pakistanis in our country, and we need to chill the fuck out while we deal with the situation. We have 20 proposals, we could pass those, right? But we need everyone to chill the fuck out, because Pakistanis are not like specifically a problem. Or is that what you're like saying? Like, just because people feel like there's a problem, there necessarily is a problem? Like, me either, shoe boots. But that's because we keep good company. And he just blah, blah, blah. Well, like, everything I said applies to all of them too. Is it a specific problem with like these communities, or is it is it a specific problem with these communities, or is this like being blown the fuck out of proportion for like the news cycle? Which is like, I guess I'm at a point right now where I do take so much of conservative news with like big like skeptical glasses on, right? Like it is hard to take seriously. Every single fucking thing is like rape gang Pakistanis and shit like that. Sounds like fucking crazy, right? So I'm hearing a lot of stuff from Connor that sounds bad, but I'm not hearing the magnitude from Connor. But I am getting the magnitude from Lonerbox, which makes me like lean towards his side on it. That's where I'm at. Like, I need to know the magnitude of a problem before I start caring about a problem, right? It's kind of like voter fraud. I'm not really concerned about voter fraud. Voter fraud is a bad thing, just like rape gangs are a bad thing. But like, what's the magnitude of these problems? Well, voter fraud is vanishingly fucking rare, and it just like is not a massive issue in the United States. Probably not going to give much of a fuck about voter fraud, even though that is a bad thing. If something bad happens with voter fraud, that's bad, and I do not like that, right? I also can't give enough of a fuck about it because there's not a lot of it happening at all. Noner also said the suggestions to implement was brought up under the conservative government. Did they not pass it? Don't want to do it for obvious reasons, but like I already presented like a counter narrative to what you said there, and it doesn't really, I mean, I could see it going my way a lot easier than I could see it going your way. I guess they ignored it. Can always count on those conservatives to ignore rape, can't you? Man, this Just Another Twitch Lord is aggressive as fuck, isn't he? All right. Thank you, Parallax. I've taken your sword. You seem like you might be one of the only reasonable people in this debate community. Is that just because you're high? No, I'm actually like usually pretty reasonable. It's just that sometimes I get aggressive on things that I'm not reasonable. No, I'm always reasonable. But like on things that I'm like pretty confident on, I'll be very aggressive. So I think I'm also Ice Beans. You're super wrong. I hate being high on stream usually, but I have no responsibilities today. So I set up my fucking Nintendo 64 and I'm going to fucking enjoy it. Okay. I am very rarely high on stream because I hate that shit. You are wrong, Ice Beans. You're wrong for that, for the implication. Oh, shit, that's right. That took away your VIP. Let me just do that real quick. There we go. Because I have to go buy pants in 5 minutes? Wait, where the fuck are you going? It's fucking 8 in the fucking evening. Where the fuck are you going in 5 minutes? Oh, wait, there's fucking time zones. Where do you fucking live, Alaska? Imagine 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Jesus fucking Christ. Going out for pants at 6 p.m. Sorry, I was about to get like very aggressive with it, but I decided it wasn't worth the meme. Oh, so you get to live in the better part of the I almost said the better part of the United States. Jesus, the better part of the fucking Americas. Jesus Christ, aren't you fucking lucky living up there? Jesus Christ, fuck you.
Rings in public, and then Catholics coming out and being like, well, you know, everybody diddles kids, so who cares? Like that's kind of what it would be like.
But these Muslims were not protected by the local mosque. They were protected by negligence from the white police officers.
You don't think... No, actually, I already know that that's incorrect because there were fucking articles talking about how the cops went to the imams saying, we're having this issue with this local group of gang motherfuckers who are kidnapping and raping local girls. Can you do something about it within your community? And they're like, so no, we know that's not true.
All right, so if you're talking about like the problem with the Catholic Church, again, like I don't see why them doing it for religious reasons makes it like more specifically egregious than like what you described sounded a lot like Andrew Tate, like lover boy methods.
No, it was the organization and the cover-up.
Because if anybody outside of the Catholic Church found out about priests abusing kids, then they would hang that person by their fucking testicles and geld them in public. That's what would happen to a Catholic priest if it was well known that they were molesting kids instead of covered up and swept for. What seems to be happening here, though, is that we are sweeping and covering by pretending that everybody is doing this, and not everybody is doing this.
Yeah,
everybody's
hold
doing.
on.
Wait.
If I may, and I want to get Devin here too, but the substantive difference between when it happens on an individual level, when it happens on a systemic level, which seems to be the case here, is that there are cover-ups, there are people who run...
Systemic level makes it sound way worse than this is probably, like, that is a bad word. Systemic seems like it's part of, like, the way that the world works in that, like, in that country, right? Like... That's like what the implication of systemic racism is. It's like it's not a specific law. It's just that the way that the law works kind of like disadvantages some people, right? So like systemic seems like a really bad word. Can you fucking die, bitch? Jesus Christ. Selfish. Jesus fuck. No one is holding the church accountable ever? Wasn't there like a massive fucking lawsuit around the church?
Soft cover for it by saying, well, you know, it's happening, but it's no real different than anything else. Like one of the reasons that the Catholic thing was so bad was because it was enabled by a religion, an organization that allowed it to occur in perpetuity for decades, and that was horrific. And again, I'm bringing you on because I don't know much about it.
Should have been taking each other out behind the woodshed and beating the shit out of each other.
What do you? Sorry, I knew there was something wrong with what you were saying earlier. Was this? Are you talking about the J report where they said the imams were knowingly protecting the perpetrators?
No, it was one of the articles that I read today while I was preparing for this debate, and they basically said that the cops went to the imams saying like, "Hey, we're having this local issue," and the imams were like, "Eh."
Is this because they knew and chose to lie about it, or where's that? I can't see that.
Lying about it. They were indifferent to it.
I can't see that. I'm looking at the J report now for mention of imams. I can see good work was done by officers in developing a protocol on child protection issues in mosques in 2008. Each mosque was appointed a designated person responsible for child protection, and training was provided for imams and others. They were disappointed that it took too long for the council to do it, but the Archbishop fucking knew about the abuse in the Catholic Church.
Yes, that was horrific and bad. It was terrible, right?
Fuck them all to death. And honestly, like, you know, that fucking, you know,
Hasan
Piker's, Hasan Piker's fucking buddy who was posting that image of what he wanted to do to Zionists? That's what we should do to that Archbishop. Okay?
Okay.
So, like,
I'm saying that if there were imams protecting fucking like Muslims who drink alcohol and stuff, you can
they were probably indifferent.
Okay.
They're probably like, oh, they're not a part of my community. I don't get it.
Boys will be boys.
That's why it's disanalogous to the church, because the church protected them, right? The church went out of their way to defend these people.
Okay, but I'm not charging the mosques with sponsoring these grooming gangs.
Okay.
I'm charging the gangs with cloaking their motivations in ethno-religious bigotry.
Hold on, is it not true? Is it not true? And this might be this might be incorrect. Again, one of the reasons I invited you on Lonerbox, you know a lot more than me. I'm just asking questions, okay? I'm not
Always
Bad faith
asking
questions. I really want to know.
questions.
But one of
You're not Pepe posting?
Yeah, I'm not Pepe posting. But one of the things that I've read is that a lot of the advocacy groups for Muslims and
God damn
immigrants would poo-poo on anyone who was talking about this or looking into it. Tommy Robinson, I think maybe it's a good time to talk about him. Wasn't he arrested for talking about this? For bringing this up? For discussing this?
Okay, now, where did I just hear that the Tommy Robinson guy was actually arrested for like knowingly defaming someone after getting a court injunction to stop defaming them? Is that correct? This stupid fuck knew that he was breaking the he was like actively breaking the court order to stop defaming some fucking poor kid that he was saying lied about some bullying case or some shit. That was one of many arrests, I think. Oh, okay.
Am I wrong?
He was arrested. Yeah, he was arrested for illegally live streaming himself in front of a court, confronting defendants as they went into the building. You're not supposed to film yourself on the doorsteps of an ongoing court case in the UK. They had to
now we're opening up a can of worms.
They had to delay the trial because of that. Can you imagine?
Did they?
Yeah, and almost the people who were defending the groomers tried to use that to appeal the conviction and get it thrown out. They failed. But,
Why? So why?
Because he was trying to influence the fucking jury. He was a public figure, confronting people, giving his opinions on it, and like analyzing the responses of the defendants as they spoke to him going in. You're not supposed to do that in the UK.
So this is standard. Okay, so I get it. It's not common in the UK, which, by the way, I think your culture
it's illegal in the UK. Yeah, it's illegal in the UK.
Okay, so that is. We can talk about legal and moral. I'm going to talk about moral for a second. I don't give two flying fucks if these cases are publicized. And on top of that, if you
the point of the question wasn't he arrested for speaking out about this? And no, he was arrested because he was doing this thing that is like very obviously illegal in the United Kingdom. Yeah, like, yeah, it is important. It doesn't. The legal does matter here. Why he was arrested is like important here. That's the entire fucking question, Connor. You can't fucking pivot to the fact that, oh, well, I disagree. Oh, you bitch, fuck, loser. You stupid, curvy ass fucking piece of shit. I can't believe I died one fucking time. Catch you later, shoe boots.
Check out the sentencing for these people. You're talking about some of the worst crimes committed by human beings on other.
Wait, who is debate bore? Oh, wait, did he say these people? Sorry, I saw debate bore. Who's debate bore? Oh, okay, I see. I can make a guess.
I don't give two flying fucks if these cases are publicized. And on top of that, if you check out the sentencing for these people, you're talking about some of the worst crimes committed by human beings on other people. Most of them caught like 5 years, 8 years, 10 years.
Yeah, welcome to the
and
UK.
Then only the most and only in the most serious of cases did they catch 20 years. So what you're telling me basically is somebody who's local. And by the way, like Tommy Robinson has there's plenty of flaws to criticize, and if you want me to do so in order to show that I'm good faith, I absolutely will. However, you have a local who's pissed off because thousands of girls have been kidnapped and brought into sex trafficking organizations. The government ignored it for decades, and now that they're even going into convictions, the people who are being convicted are getting 5 years or 8 years, and then it's illegal to fucking talk about it while it's happening?
Wait, stop saying it's illegal to talk about it. It wasn't that he was talking about it. It's that he was fucking filming himself, interviewing, or trying to talk to fucking defendants as they went into the building to influence the trial, to influence the jury. He's not arrested for talking about it. You can talk about it as much as you want.
Piece of shit while they're walking into the fucking trial. How does that affect the court case at all?
Because, first of all, he was going up to them and saying like, "Oh, hi, were you going
Oh,
for
you're a
trial?"
fucking
The guy would say,
murdering ass
yeah,
fucking
and then
piece
the
of
guy
shit
would say
rapist?
like, "Oh, yeah," and then the guy would say like, "Fuck your mum, bitch," whatever, and then he's like, interesting. Some of these comments are sexual. It makes you think. And then he's like, yeah, he was trying to influence the jury's decision, like as a.
Do you not seclude your juries in the Commonwealth?
From looking at media, like social media on their phones and shit. No.
Yeah. Why not? That seems like an infinitely more efficient fucking standard than saying that you can't publicly criticize or.
But it doesn't change the fact that he did break the law. Like, because if that's not something that goes on in fucking jolly old England, then guess what? It's probably good that that law is there, and him breaking it is probably a bad thing. And you can't defend him like getting arrested by saying, "You fucking dumb pieces of shit, my own fucking allies running into my fucking plane while I'm fucking flying? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not gonna fucking survive the fucking level now. God fucking damn it." Shut up. Is this a spaceship, not a plane? This is decidedly a fucking, like, land speeder plane. This is not you cannot fly this thing in fucking space. You fucking, oh man, I almost said something really fucking bad. Man, I need to stream only on YouTube when I get high. Damn, son. Are you struggling with this game? Because it's a hard fucking game. You can't fucking see shit. There we go. I tried to play with a flight stick. It's not the fucking flight stick. It's not the controls necessarily, although they're a little bit janky. It's the fact that I can't fucking see goddamn fucking anything.
Or harangue rapists.
Like, this level is just really fucking dark.
Wait.
Like, is it showing up on the capture how fucking dark this level is? Oh my god, no. It is so much darker on my fucking TV, guys. Holy shit. Like, all I can see is just the like, very center. Stop the Twitch, boost the YouTube? No, we're not doing that right now. Okay, not right this second. It's pretty bright on my. Yeah, no, it's the capture. The capture. Wait, hold on. Can I do? I can increase the brightness on my screen. There we go. Just adjust these picture levels a little bit. Well, it's also illegal to... 1 second. Try, I'm going to message you. There we go. It is pretty dark, like really dark? Yes, but I just found a way to, oh my God, I can see everything. Oh my God, I turned the contrast up on the fucking game capture and I can see the grass is green. Bro, I'm fucking unstoppable now. Okay.
Lonerbox. If you want to say that this is the way that the UK is, and it's just the way that it is, and I have to fucking deal with it, that's fine. I'm not a Britmonger. It's not my fucking problem, okay? However, what I'm kind of hearing, and I'm not assigning this to you, but I am hearing from leftoids, okay, on Twitter, proceduralism. They care more about the procedure that Tommy Robinson is violating rather than the thousands of people who were kidnapped and raped for decades in a systemic failure. And on top of that, the fucking sentencing is fucking sane. If I knew that my neighbor was a fucking rapist who kidnapped and fucking trafficked teenagers for decades, and then he caught 5 years for that shit, I can't promise you that it wouldn't be like extra judicial fucking shit going on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, welcome to the UK. I can show you fucking like all white fucking pedophile rings who rape babies and do it for years, getting fucking 4 years, 5 years, 2 years, 8 years, 20 years. Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah, whatever.
Why?
I don't.
Why is
pedophiles get
answer
5
for your
years?
crimes? Why is Britain giving any pedophile 4 years in prison?
I don't know. If you want to talk about UK sentencing, that's probably for another conversation. But if you want to get back to Tommy Robinson, I'm just saying, if you care about the victims, then don't commit a crime in front of the fucking court case. Because not only did that not help anyone, unless you can explain how, it didn't help anyone, him doing that. It actually hurt the victims. Because the victims, who spend months, maybe years, preparing themselves to give their statements and actually confront their fucking abusers in a courtroom to tell people what happened and answer questions from lawyers. And then they're like, listen, okay, I know this was your big day and everything to speak up, but we're going to have to postpone now because Tommy Robinson, that little thumb-shaped terrorist piece of shit, is starting fights outside the building. Like, fuck off.
So because by the way, your country is infested with drunk white men yelling shit. So the fact that you're saying that a court has to be postponed because there's a drunk white man yelling shit in front of a courthouse is absurd to me.
No. With defendants. Yeah.
This tells me
this is a fucking. I'm sorry. For the most part, I don't hate fucking Connor. I think that he's like a nice guy. This is a fucking retarded fucking line of argumentation. What the fuck? Like, now that he's like pointing out the fact that, oh, he wasn't arrested for speaking out. He was arrested for specifically breaking this well-known law that everybody knows is against the law to do. And now fucking he's like, oh, well, it shouldn't even be illegal. And, oh, well, look, you guys don't, sentence anyone to enough time. Like, it's like, man, this is like, you have to take an L on something there, or say, okay, well, I didn't know it was like that, or something. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, you can't just like say there's no accountability and say, or like say there's accountability for something. And he's not being held accountable for that at all. It's actually something completely different. Oh, well, now I'm going to find a different reason to be mad about it. Come on, man.
Deserve to lose its empire. That's what you're telling me right now.
No, I'm telling you that you can disagree with the law. Okay, you can disagree with the law, but if you're going to break what you think is an unjust law, Martin Luther King, you have to have a good reason for it. You have to explain why did Tommy Robinson doing that help anyone? What has Tommy Robinson ever done to help grooming victims?
So this would be the argument. And by the way, I'll go ahead and do my progressive self-flagellation real quick, okay? Tommy Robinson is an alcoholic who got popular off of going into Muslim majority areas and pissing off locals and getting into fistfights with them. That's how he got popular, okay? And so he's used that as a public platform in order to gain prominence. And apparently he's not particularly competent. He's more interested in alcohol and social media than he is in forwarding his cause. Okay, with that addendum stated, the steelman of what Tommy Robinson is saying, or the people like him are saying, is that we have decades of communities coming into our country using an ethno-religious pretext to kidnap and rape thousands of young women. Law enforcement isn't doing fuck all about it. The local city municipalities aren't doing fuck all about it. And they, me, are furious about it. So we're going to go into those fucking communities and rile up shit until people start paying attention. That's the steel man. And by the way, you was talking about grooming gangs 10 fucking years ago.
You gotta let Loner. You gotta get Loner respond to that.
Yeah, I know. And thanks to the bravery of the victims and the professionals and all the people who are not Tommy Robinson. Yes, people got brought to justice. Yeah, but no thanks to Tommy.
We didn't
Robinson.
have a fucking central government inquiry until 2022.
We had inquiries. We had local inquiries on these things for decades as well.
Why didn't those work? Hold on. Stop. Why didn't those work?
Under the conservative government, well, yeah, actually things did change a little bit. Yeah, like the police and the institutions now are quite a good bit more equipped to deal with this particular form of this crime than they were like in the 2000s and the 90s. Of course they are. I don't think you have cops these days just nonchalantly dismissing fucking kids as seductresses and child prostitutes. No, we don't really have that as much anymore. We have made progress. No thanks to Tommy Robinson, by the way. Unless you can, I'll ask you again. Yeah. How did Tommy Robinson in front of that court building help?
Yeah, I want to give it to Dev for a minute. Go ahead, Dev.
Wick, I'm not sure why you brought up Tommy Robinson. That's a crazy can of worms for this conversation. He is basically just the UK's Alex Jones, frankly.
But the reason I brought it up is because
is that what he is?
Online, and I know it's online, gang. It's the social medias. I see a lot of people blaming Tommy Robinson, that Tommy Robinson made it impossible to really take seriously these accusations or to investigate. And I think that's a weird thing to claim about Tommy Robinson, whoever he is, simply because like, you didn't report.
Because if Alex Jones said some shit, it would be very hard for me to take anything that he said very fucking seriously, because he's also the lizard people guy. So if Tommy Robinson is England's fucking Alex Jones, yeah, I understand. I'm not gonna fucking take anything he says that fucking seriously because he's fucking Alex Jones. One second, let me get over here. Damn, I'm about to fucking die, I think. I think if I fucking die, I have to do the whole fucking level again. I'm not entirely fucking stoked for that. You fucking bitches. Come here. I gotta take this thing down. I gotta concentrate 1 second. What button is it? 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 What button was it? There it is. Let's try it again. All right. I gotta concentrate for a second, folks. All right. Another one. There we go. All right. Ha ha ha. That's what a real gamer does, guys.
On this, you didn't look into this because you didn't like the guy who was telling you about the child rapes. that seems.
I mean, I've heard a few sources say that too. It's ridiculous.
To be clear, Tommy never told anyone about any child rapes, right? Like he just picked up on stories that were brought forward by other people with more courage and integrity than he ever has. Like that's what.
Wait,
happens.
so if you
he just jumps on the fucking
popularize the story,
bandwagon.
so hold on. So by this logic, I'm going to be a dick. So by this logic, Counterpoints, Vosh, yourself, every lefty creator, you've never really done anything by bringing awareness to leftism, socialism, or communism. You're just assholes who are just pointing to an idea that is greater than yourselves.
Oh no, you can bring awareness. The problem with Tom Robinson is he damages. He doesn't. It's not just bringing awareness; he damages. Right?
Yeah.
Do you know why?
We can talk about this, but
local councils in Rochdale and Rotherham, where even once convictions were taking place and trials were going on and everything else, do you know why these councils were reluctant to let this story get into the press?
Why?
Because they knew that the EDL were going to turn up and riot, and they did. Like in these really poor communities,
hold on, if you have a grooming gang going around raping a bunch of kids and no one is stopping it, shouldn't you riot?
Shouldn't you have a fucking riot?
Someone was murdered, so probably not. No. I think once that story came out, it was getting fucking going through the proceedings. So no, I don't think you should punish.
Oh, the proceedings where the fucking pedophiles get 5 years for dousing girls with gasoline.
I don't think you should
Oh my
punish
God,
people
you can't
in a
fucking,
fucking community, most of whom were actually victims
Mott
of the
and Bailey
situation.
this shit like that. Dude,
in a town that you're not
holy fuck.
from. No, I don't think the EDL should do that. No.
No, I don't think the EDL should terrorize the local citizenry. I think the
That's what
EDL
they
should
did,
be
bro.
protesting the fucking government that is giving pedophiles who douse teenagers in gasoline and threaten to set them on fire and threaten to murder their fucking mothers and their sisters in order to rape them to fucking death in order to keep them in a drug and sex trafficking organization. I think that they absolutely should. As a matter of fact, look, I have no fucking idea how any English person doesn't wake up completely fucking incensed. Like, how are you not incensed that pedophiles are catching 5 fucking years for threatening to murder, rape, and kill people?
Part of the conversation, though.
So I'm gonna Google something really quick.
Please
okay?
do.
Sure.
But just
I'll hop in real quick.
Please.
Yeah, because it's true that Tommy Robinson he overblows stories, he lies a whole bunch, he brings on riots, but at the same time, I've definitely seen more left-leaning people in the UK just straight up say, "Well, since Tommy has talked about this story, we shouldn't talk about it," which I think is kind of ridiculous. Like, so the story can still be true, even if someone bad talks about it, you know.
And I want to clarify something while you look it up on Google. Like, I'm not saying, because I don't know the situation, but if it is true that there is actively a group of people who are holding hostage a group of young girls and the cops are refusing to do anything about it, I think in that case to rescue the girl.
Man, holy shit! I don't know why, but like the alarmist fucking language really makes me. No, I can't. I shouldn't say it like that. It becomes harder to take their side seriously. How about this? It makes like the alarm is fucking like they're all a little girl. Like the fucking. I don't know. Just like the way that he's fucking saying it just feels so fucking. Think of the children fucking Simpsons meme thing, you know? When are you going to play the real Star Wars experience, Star Wars Battlefront 2 on the Xbox 360? When I get my Xbox 360 sent to me in the mail. But also, like, again, I have a bunch of fucking... Shut the fuck up. I got so many fucking cartridges, dude.
Who again, are currently being held hostage, I think it's acceptable morally for someone to go in and try to help.
Well, okay, so we need to clarify a little bit, okay? So to demystify this a little bit, these girls weren't held hostage, at least to my knowledge. They weren't held in like dog kennels or some shit like that. However, they were kept in apartment complexes and fucking shitty houses and all that kind of stuff. But what kept them there was the threat of violence.
That is being held hostage. Yes, that is.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to.
No, that I understand. They weren't
wanted
in
to
cages,
paint a more
but they were
vivid
being
picture.
held hostage because if they left, they would be set on fire.
Well, no,
right?
Okay. So just to paint a picture of how bad this was. Okay. So it was reported multiple times that a tactic, because obviously the UK doesn't have guns, so you have to come up with creative ways in order to threaten people, and also knives and threatening knives. You know, the public's a little sensitive to that or whatever. Well, guess what? Kind of you can wash off in the fucking shower, right? Petrol. So the lover boys, after they got done with their honeymoon phase, they would basically say, you can't go back to your family, you can't report this to the cops, you can't report this to the community, and if you do, I'm gonna fucking murder you. And instead of threatening them with a knife or a gun, you know, like an American, they fucking doused them in gasoline and said that we will set you on fucking fire. Also, if these girls who were in foster care, so they're already coming from shitty families, they would say, oh, you got a little sister? Oh, you got a mom? If you run away, then I'm gonna...
Is my cam reversed? What are you talking about? Shut up.
Find your fucking mom or your little sister, and I'm going to rape and murder them. And that's how they kept these girls under control.
Terrific. Loner, have
Um,
you Googled
just
what you
to-
need to Google?
Whatever. I was just gonna ask why in the UK 1 in 5 kids are sexually abused. In the US it's 1 in 4. So I don't know. Maybe just sticking people in for giving them fucking 400 years in an electric chair isn't always the best way to keep kids safe. But I don't know. Fuck. If you have a problem with the justice system, different question. I don't think 5 years is enough. But if you're gonna talk about the EDL getting rampant and rioting and shit like that. Usually these riots happen when the story's broken, like once people have been arrested or even sentenced. Like that's when the rioting happens. It happens afterwards. It's not like that. That's why there's never been a case where a grooming guy has been fucking exposed by right wing fucking like EDL groups. No, they've never exposed shit. Like they just ride on the fucking bandwagon once something's already done.
I'm not surprised that the right wing is a bunch of fucking soccer hooligan alcoholics who don't pay
But
attention.
in any case, you know what? I love what you're saying. That I agree with. Like recommendations have been given based on this for years and years and years. Some of them have been implemented, usually at more local council levels or by local police. There have been more recommendations made in the last 2 years. The Conservatives didn't do dick about it. I hope this new government does. It would be a real shame if they don't. I agree with all that. But I guess like there's like the broader question I guess people want to ask about like the specialty of immigrants doing it or whatever.
Well, that is kind of important, though, I do think, because you asked the question, like, I think half an hour ago or something. You said, you asked, is it worse when foreigners do it? Or, you know, why does the religion make it worse or things like that? And I do agree with you, I think, Connor, that it is worse. But it's not worse necessarily because they're foreigners, though. It's worse because they're doing it for reasons of hatred, right? I think we all accept that ethnic differences do exacerbate certain crimes. That's why we have, at least in Canada and in the US, I don't know about the UK, you have a situation where you can get a heavier sentence for the same crime if done for hateful reasons.
What's up, Doghouse? We're playing Nintendo 64, baby. I'm crying at the news today. What happened today? Wait, did I? Oh, okay. I beat the level. Okay. Oh yeah, TikTok. Oh no. Yeah, you got to start getting people to. You got to get people to start moving over to fucking, what do you call it? Fucking YouTube and fucking Twitter and shit, dude. Oh fuck, TikTok. Yeah, that's why I wasn't like. I was waiting to see what the news was going to be around this before I like gave much of a shit about doing anything with it. This is me listening to Connor right now.
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
Oh, I am enjoying this scene.
Get on with it!
Man, I miss fucking MindPython. The fucking French. So very nice. All right. British humor. Hey, the one thing that the British have is good humor. Okay, give me 1 second. They got bad teeth and good humor. I'm going to pee and then I'll be right back. How's the DC snow treating you? Dude, the snow is super fucking cool. Doghouse, I don't know if you heard, I have a broken fucking rib, so I couldn't play in the snow all that much. Yeah. So I did make a snow angel, but the snow is too powdery to make a snowman, like a proper snowman. You couldn't roll it and make it accumulate, you know? So how did that happen? We decided we tested a theory. The theory was I'm good at skiing, and it turned out we were wrong. There were a lot of fucking MAGA hats, unironically, around the place where we were at. But yeah, no, I probably fell over 100 times trying to get down that fucking mountain. But they're like right at the beginning, you know, you go pizza and French fry, right? Pizza is slow and French fry is fast. And I went pizza, and every time I went pizza, it just made me go faster and made me rotate 180 degrees so that I was going backwards down the mountain. And at one point while I was doing that, I started going 180 degrees, and then it just caught, and I fell directly on my side. I felt something pop, and I was like, oh no, that's fucking bad. That's not good. And I just fucking laid there face down in the fucking snow on the fucking mountain. Pathetic, broken in a million fucking pieces, my pride. Yeah, so then I spent the next like 2 hours trying to make my way down that fucking mountain, dude. That shit was so fucking dog shit. You know what? But I'd give it nice. If I were to score skiing, I'd say 5 out of 7. Would try again. I think I would do fucking snowboarding though. Sam Hyde video has a 5% like rate. Yeah, the Sam Hyde fans found my video talking about Sam Hyde, and they just got really fucking mad, dude. Why didn't you do the kiddie slopes? Motherfucker, I was doing the kiddie slopes, okay? They don't have kiddie slopes. These were fucking steep-ass, fucking big-ass slopes, dude. This was the fucking green circle, okay? This wasn't no blue square. This wasn't no black diamond. This was a green fucking square or circle, and it was fucking supposed to be easy. It was not easy. You went really, really, really fast in a very short amount of time on those fucking slopes, okay? Okay, you know what? Kill you. Oh, I mean, fight yourself, Doghouse, okay? Jesus Christ. You gotta turn? Oh, yeah, no fucking shit bong and stuff. Thank you. I didn't fucking think about that. I didn't think, oh, you know what? I'll try and fucking do like the slalom guys and turn and slow myself down. I didn't think about that once during the entire fucking 3-hour trip down the fucking mountain. Thank you. Next time I will fucking try going left and then going right to slow myself down. Fucking, oh, what a fucking brain blast fucking thought you just had. Thank you so much, Bongin. Jesus Christ.
I think we all kind of agree it's probably a good thing, right? So when you see some of the testimonials from some of these cases where they talk about them being, you know, these white kafir sluts or whatever, right? You know, if a white guy raped a Muslim woman and called her a brown slut or a Muslim slut, you would 100% tack on a hate crime charge to that. So why wouldn't it go the other way around? Why wouldn't it make it a more severe crime?
Because when it comes to hate crimes, it's about whether or not hate was the motive. So when it comes to Muslim grooming gangs, again, or
why?
Shut the fuck up, Esalican.
Why?
Oh, let Loner finish.
Dude, I'm saying, let him say it.
Stop. Connor, stop. Gotta let Loner finish. Loner, go.
I'm not. We can go into why. I'm just explaining what happens. Okay, like the way that happens with Muslim grooming gangs, I think, is that, at least according to the data that I've seen, generally they separate group abusers into 2 categories. Type 1 is people who exclusively look for children because they're children, and that's usually like pedophile rings. And for the grooming gang associated stuff, is they are generally described as sexual opportunists. They're people who go after girls not because of a specific attraction to youth, but because they are more vulnerable, because they can find them in the streets and entice them with gifts and everything like that. So there's a difference between
not what
if
we
you
were objecting to.
Yeah, and then the second thing is like there's a difference between like if if you're raping someone because they're vulnerable and then you like add on the hate motive, that's like that might not describe your initial motive. You can disagree with that and say that they should deserve extra because they added on like the racial hatred, but that's like we have that with hate crime law as well. Like in a separate case with hate crime, like if someone's like if a black person starts a fight with you and you like fight them back and call them the N-word, or like you might get like an assault thing, whatever. But if you attack them just because they're black, then that would be the hate crime, right?
Hold on, just real quick. Is it not true, and this could not be true, that they specifically targeted white women? These women being specifically targeted white women?
So hold on. Let me
girls,
break
not
this down
women.
for the
Girls,
why.
sorry, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, even if you want to call them young women, right? We're talking about like 10 to 18. I'm pretty sure I would slaughter every single member of the grooming gang.
God
Why
damn,
the fuck
my
didn't that happen?
toss, my toss, brother. Okay.
Why is that toss to fucking to go after a grooming gang? What the fuck?
You can't talk
does
about how you're
Twitch
gonna kill
defend
people.
pedophile grooming gangs?
You can't talk about how
Are they
you're
a
gonna kill
protected
people.
class? All right. Anyways,
Are you pro Luigi now,
try to-
Counterpoints?
Well, in some circumstances, sure. So, anyways, the point is that okay, so we're talking about the vulnerability. That's the reason. That's one of the reasons why they were targeted. But we also know deductively that if they started trafficking Asian girls, because I almost guarantee you, it was like a 90.
Have you seen this clip of Elon interviewing one of the Nazi Party leaders? I'm not sure. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. 54 seconds. No, we're not going to listen to that right now. Jet Force Gemini. Do I have that one? No, that's Wave Race. Let me zoom in on the labels that I don't know or can't read. No, it doesn't look like I have that. Jet Force Gemini. Message me that in Discord so I can remember. By the way, I'm going to have to eat dinner here pretty soon, okay? It's at the beginning when she talks about Hitler? Okay.
When we talk about Hitler, on
Sorry, the fucking... Okay.
I would like to shed some light on the idea, when we talk about Hitler, on the idea of the National Socialists. Back then, during the Third Reich, the National Socialists, as the word says, they were socialists.
Yeah,
Adolf
very much
Hitler
so.
considered, yeah.
They nationalized industries like crazy.
Yes, absolutely. He
Yeah.
was a communist, and he
They
considered
also privatized a whole
himself
bunch.
as a socialist. So what they did, they state funded then the private companies, and then they asked for taxes, huge taxes, and then also wait a second, I need to ask the
I don't trust anyone who says the Third Reich like that.
they state funded then the private companies as a socialist. So what they did, considered himself as a socialist. So what they did, they state funded then the
Where is she saying it?
on the idea of the National Socialists. Back then, during the Third Reich,
Yeah, no, it's too accurate. You're right. It's too accurate. If they say it like that, it's automatically not to be fucking trusted. That's a Nazi right there. Said it too fucking picture perfect. No, they said it too good. Okay, you missed it. But I was just gonna say, the brown shirts were the socialists. No, man. Like there was a section of the what were they? The Strasserites. That were like the actual National Socialists, but Hitler took over the party. They kept the name. They fucking killed those guys, okay? The long knives. The Nazis were not socialists, all right? They killed a lot of socialists in their time. That was like their favorite pastime. Like if it wasn't for Jews, they would have gas chambers for a different kind of people. Yeah, no, I heard them say it. They used the communists to rise to power. Not exactly. It was like they had some people that if you're like actually like super interested in it, Doghouse, read the Rise and Fall of the Third Reich by William Schreier, I think. It's a really good book. But it was less of like any kind of alliance or anything like that. It was more like they took on the socialist like thing, but they fucking hated communists like always, right? They had their own vision. They didn't like the like truly Marxist vision, right? They had the classical kind of fascist sense of everything. Just say Jank is the equivalent of the Communist Party allying with the Nazis because liberals were worse. I mean, we'll see how bad it gets. Yeah, and you can see that, Tron. You can see that with the white nationalists. They are in favor of universal health care, but for the right people. When to start crying? Yeah. The unfortunate thing is I have read about that that history, and you should have already been crying, dude. There's a lot, there's an actual unbelievable amount of corollaries. Obviously, history doesn't fucking repeat and shit like that. I don't believe in that. But there is a lot of things that you could point and say, like, man, this is kind of like this. Man, this is like really pretty one-to-one with this. This is one-to-one with this. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, poor TikTok. But you know what? I can't lie. I'm more in your platform. Start telling people to move over, okay? I'm more in your platform, but I do not know why we allowed TikTok to get as big as it did in the United States, dude. I have no fucking clue why we allowed that to fucking happen. Also, didn't they privatize in the mid-30s? They nationalized whatever they couldn't bring under their control, and they socialized, or they privatized things to give kickbacks for people that were already under their control. It only mattered for like state control. That's like the ultimate thing you have to understand about fascism is like, it doesn't matter socialism, capitalism. They hate both of those things. It is whatever they perceive as being in the best interest of the state. It doesn't matter if it goes against any kind of legal precedent before or like after or anything like that, Yeah, the imperialism stuff is like really fucking weird, right? Are you talking about Pisco? Wait, what did I say? All right. Anyways, listen, I've got to make dinner and I have to eat. So, we're going to have to raid out my folks. I'm gonna raid Pakman. I kind of want to raid Pisco just because it'll make Corey Peltzman so fucking mad. No, why does David Pakman only have 23? That's crazy. No, we'll raid into Pisco. All right. I love you guys very much. I will catch you guys next time. All right. We're going to try and play through all of these old fucking games. All right. So that's what we're going to be moving some of the content to, playing old fucking video games. All right. All right. I love you guys very much. If you guys are subbed to the channel, hit with a couple of those. Pew, pew. All right. Love you guys very much. Catch you next time.